This meeting is now being recorded, and we will proceed with any public input on items not on the agenda. Hearing none, go to the chairman's report. We held a public forum last Tuesday that was pretty well attended. We had about 68 participants by my count at the highest level of participation. And it was a long meeting. It was a detailed meeting. We covered a lot of different things. I want to correct a statement that I made during that meeting because I was not speaking for the entire board. And that is that any monies that were saved as a result of a move to regional dispatch would be reallocated within public safety. That has not been voted on by the board, and we would have to have a formal vote of that for that statement to hold. So that was an error on my part, and I want to correct the record on that. Okay. I don't think I have any other announcements. We will proceed with the first item on the agenda. Oh, yes, the other announcements that I do have is that item 3 on the agenda tonight, the Christian Hill conservation restriction. We may delay that a little bit. There are 2 people from town committee and town staff that wanted to speak to that issue, and they are in another meeting. They should be freed up, I believe, at 7:30. And this item for Christian Hill is scheduled for 7:15. So if it happens that we get to 7:15 and we finish the first 2 agenda items, we will move over Christian Hill momentarily to do the BOS policies review and any other matters until those 2 individuals are able to be here. They are Sue Brown and Steve Gang from the Conservation Commission. We will hear that tonight, but we may not hear it in order. Okay. The first item on the agenda is correspondence and town website policy. This is a second reading of this document, and I've created a blown up document so that the public can view this while we're talking about it. And I'm going to share my screen to share that document if there's no objection. This document is the last track changes that I received this afternoon. And for clarity, I've left it with accept all changes. If you have any changes that you want to discuss tonight, we can certainly talk about that and change them as we go. So there's the document. And this is in regard to how the board handles email in light of both town policy and state law for public records purposes. These 2 policies and then a third area that's a new practice for the board were first discussed at our August 14th planning session. And the policies were further refined through discussion on our September 8th meeting 2 weeks ago. This is the second reading of this policy, and if we develop it into an acceptable format without any significant changes, then other than what's already been changed, we will have a vote on it tonight. Otherwise, we move it on to our next meeting. So the first part of the policy is regarding posting on postings to the town website. And there's 3 parts to that. The Board of Selectmen recognizes that the town website is a communication device established for town staff, boards and committees to communicate information to the public, particularly residents of the town of Manchester-by-the-Sea. The town website is not considered a public forum for the interchange of commentary, opinion, support, or objections to the decisions of the town and its boards. As such, the Board of Selectmen has concluded that comments from the public will not be posted on the website of the town of Manchester-by-the-Sea. This was something we discussed in some detail last week, 2 weeks ago. Are there any further comments to that as written from the board? Okay. The second part of this is a policy regarding the receipt of email addressed to the town of Manchester boards and committees. I should probably read boards and committees members. But the first item is the members of town boards and that's an error. That should be committees. Acknowledge that emails sent to official Manchester-by-the-Sea email addresses, that is at manchester.ma.us, by definition become a matter of public record. The second part of this is that emails that are sent to the board or committee members' personal email addresses, which refer to the businesses or actions of the board or committee, are also a matter of public record per the public records laws of the state, and that's the citation. And the third part of this is for the purposes of identifying and collecting all email correspondence in response to a public records request, board and committee members are required to forward correspondence received in their personal email addresses related to their official town capacity to a town address created for each committee. These files generally will be accessed only pursuant to a public records request, subpoena, or judicial order, discovery request in litigation, or other instance where production is required. So let's take any comments or questions on that second part.
Jeff, if I may.
Becky?
It's nothing serious. It's just that first bullet point. I think if we're capitalizing boards and commissions on some, we should do it on all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jeff, if I may.
You may.
I object strenuously to the word generally in the third bullet, last sentence. This you are asking people to give up, people who send me email at my private address, having that tracked, I can understand, but I don't want random people being able to access those without having gone through a public process. And the generally just completely eliminates any protection that the rest of the sentence gives. I'm unhappy with being required to forward things because part of the public records process, public record access process, is that the owner of the record is allowed to argue that it's not a public record or it's subject to some of the exemptions, to the exemptions that are listed in the bylaw, in the state law. And I'm unhappy because I don't think the town has the same interest in protecting the privacy of my friends that I do. I'm willing to go along with it, provided that access to those special email accounts is only through a legal process. not generally to a legal process, because I don't know what else is included in generally. Yeah, that's the word.
Do other board members want to comment on this?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree too.
And likewise.
So just strike the word generally.
Yep.
I would like to make a comment on the requirement for forwarding the emails. I would just observe that if we didn't have this policy, then whenever we received a public records request, in order to satisfy that, the records access officer would have to contact every potentially related board or commission member and say, have you got any fives? And they would have to say go fish or no, as opposed to simply satisfying the request. And that's why I think this is a necessary aspect of this policy.
May I respond?
Sure, go ahead, Ann.
I don't know how to phrase it, but if it were possible to notify the people involved in a records request, that is the person who sent the email to a board member and the board member, so that they knew that this was happening and could argue that that particular communication was in fact not accessible under records request. I having trouble articulating it clearly, but
No, I get it. You want the ability to be able to make an argument regarding a communication that was sent specifically to you.
yes. And probably I would like the person who sent it to me to be able to make an argument.
So just a quick comment, if I may, Jeff.
Go ahead, Kurt.
The presumption is that all emails sent to public officials and staff are public record unless there's an exemption. And so what a lot of communities do and what a lot of staff do is put a note at the bottom of every email that alerts people that if they're sending an email, they should not expect confidentiality. And so that is a general heads up to folks that if they're worried about that, then they should make a phone call instead.
So every piece of email that I send should have that on it, regardless. And I should expect anybody who wants to send me email to know before they send it, before I respond, that exists.
It's the law, Ann. I can't rewrite the law. That's what the law says. So what we're dealing with what the state mandates us to do.
If it were kept in my account and had to be searched for there, I would get to argue that it does fall under some exemption.
That is true. And you can do that. What is being asked for here is any email that pertains to town business be kept in the town email account.
This is a problem because this policy is not just for the Board of Selectmen. This is for all town boards and committees. And with the exception of a couple of boards, most boards and committees do not have town email addresses. Otherwise, we could just tell our friends, look, if you have anything to say to me about the board, send it to my town email address. And that's a done deal.
And I could probably say, if you have anything to say to me about town business, call me.
I mean, you could say that. But
Okay, I
But is
started
that-
by,
I understand the point that you're trying to make, Ann, and I find it really hard when people make a mistake and pick up my my personal email address and write to me about something that has to do with the town. And I forward those to myself at manchester.ma.us. And then they are part of the public record. And I tell them, please only address me. And then I write back to them and say, please only address me at this address.
okay, I said at the beginning that my major concern was the generally, as long as that's struck, I can live with this.
And I'm going to take out the EG, since that wasn't a real, I mean, the example was taken away. So we don't need it. We don't need to have the example. But I mean, Greg, would it make sense to put, instead of, after a town address created for each committee, under the direction of the records officer?
It's fine to do that. I don't think it's a necessity, but that gives it a home in a place where it is.
Because one of the points that, I'm sorry, go ahead, Greg, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, it gives it, like I said, it gives it a home, and it gives a person that the committee member can call or visit to get some clarity if it's needed.
Okay. Because one of the points that was made last week was who's going to have access to these committee files. And initially, we had said the chair would have access to it. Because it's the chair's role is to make sure that information is moved about that needs to be moved about. But there was an objection to that. And I'm still concerned about information not being brought forth either to the committee or to the chair. That comes into a private email account. But I also am very aware of what the privacy concerns are here. So The formal title is Town Records Access. What's the formal title?
Records Access Officer.
Yes, officer.
Okay. Um,
Question, Jeff.
yes, sir.
I mean, the general public doesn't necessarily know this. Is there anything on our website anywhere under, maybe even for each board or committee, because each board or committee generally has a chairperson and I think it's got a phone number where that person can be reached, and maybe there should be some sort of a statement. People just don't know this. They don't. And even if people had town emails, I tend to think if somebody knows somebody, they probably use their personal email anyway. But oftentimes the website is connected with any kind of communication that somebody has because they wants to do, because they have an opinion about something in a topic in a specific area, and they want to know who's on the committee, etc. I'm just wondering if that's something. I don't think it's going to change the copy here, but we've got to get people more aware of this somehow.
It's really challenging because, as Ann's pointed out, and I'm aware of as well, there are exemptions to disclosure in Chapter 66, Section 10 to 10B. And Chapter 4. So it's tough to do complicated and have it be clear. I agree with you. I agree with you, John. And I don't think it's a one-time deal. I think it's something that the town needs to be made aware of on a regular basis, like at least annually. I mean, we could publish this policy in the Cricket. We could publish this policy on our website.
People, people communicate with folks on boards when they have an issue.
Yep.
And to put something out there and then expect, oh, a year from now, I want to email somebody something, and maybe it's a friend on a board or something, they're not going to remember that. It's got to be in front of them at the moment or close to the moment when they say, I want to communicate. Which is why I'm looking at some sort of a, small in italics disclaimer or statement on each board's, homepage. This is the chairperson, here are the people or whatever, and emails are public record.
We could have a general statement with a link to the policy.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that's not an unreasonable thing. Do other board members agree with that?
Sure.
All right, John, do you want to pose that as a motion?
Yes. Okay, I'll make a motion that we have I guess it's a disclaimer or a statement that should be on the website at the homepage of each board, referring to a policy, the policy with regard to emails that are sent to board chairpersons and board members.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, so motion moved by John Round and seconded by Eli Bowling. Any discussion of that? That request? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Jakes,
Yes,
Ms. Harrison,
Yes,
Mr. Round,
Yes,
Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
the chair votes yes. I'd like to suggest that that should go above the names of the people who are on the board. On their web, town webpage. And not just be randomly placed into text, because I've gone to look for names of all the members on the board. And sometimes they're way down the bottom of a whole lot of information that's important information. But if somebody wants to write to somebody or be in touch with somebody who's on that board, they're probably going to, and they're on the town webpage, they're probably going to seek out that person's name. And I think if we have it in close proximity to that, that's going to be important. Okay. These other changes that we've talked about, taking out generally, dropping this this orphaned EG, and placing in the text under the supervision of the town records access officer. Those are all acceptable. Okay. Then I'm going to actually accept that change. Cut that. And cut that. Okay. All right, so the third part of this is new practice regarding the correspondence section of any publicized agenda for meetings of Town of Manchester by the Sea boards and committees. And Town Council raised a question about whether other boards have a correspondence section in their agendas. And I couldn't immediately answer that question.
So many do, Jeff, not everybody, but many do.
Okay, all right. So I think we should hold off on any vote on this portion of it until we've put this particular language out to all the boards and committees so that they've had a chance to look at it and maybe review it in one of their meetings. We could adopt it specifically tonight if we're going to adopt the other changes to the two policies. We could adopt this as well as a practice specifically for the Board of Selectmen, and then send this out to all the other boards and committees so that we could do that at a later date. How would you like to handle this?
I don't think there's a rush. I think sending it out to the other boards would be fine.
Okay.
Jeff,
I noted that,
Question?
go ahead.
could we separate the policy that we've just gone through from this, which is a practice, and make
Yes.
Accept the first and continue the second?
Any reason for continuing the second?
Is that we want to get it out to other boards.
Well, we have two policies, and one is about the website and one is about the
The
receipt
two,
of,
right, the
receipt
two
of email.
policies, sorry.
so
The two
separate the two
policy-
policies from the
the
practice.
practice.
Sure.
Mhm.
Sure. Done.
did
I
have
will,
some,
I will send copies of both out to everybody.
Jeff,
Yes, sir.
on the text that just got moved to the new blank document.
Yes.
I did have some comments on the last bullet item in it.
Okay, hang on one sec. There. So the two policies are separated and we can take care of those possibly tonight. Eli, go ahead on the practice.
Can you open that? So, well, I can look in my version of it. So,
Can you see this? Wait, I'm sorry. Can you see this?
No,
It
because
disappeared.
yeah.
Okay.
because it's shared
All right, so let me
everything.
stop sharing screen. And then I'll go back and I'll share this screen. How's that?
Okay, so the last bullet, I see a couple of problems with it. One is in the previous document, it became a little bit redundant because it was restating what we previously stated, but it didn't. I think it's important to qualify that we're not declaring correspondence to be received as a public document by virtue of us saying it is. It just is. So if we were going to have that in there, I would again refer to Massachusetts general law. And second is that second sentence, after I read it a couple times, didn't, starting out with most correspondences, didn't really necessarily make sense to me because it's not true of our correspondence section. Our correspondence typically is not associated with an agenda topic. And if it lands in the correspondence section, it may become a future agenda item. So I thought that
Maybe we make a separate bullet there, Eli, and say correspondence associated with a particular agenda topic will be noted generally as part of the discussion of the topic during the meeting. And not appear in public notifications.
yeah,
Does that make sense?
sure. That's all I had to say there.
Wait a minute, though. Then do we have to publish all email correspondence that we receive? As part of the board book?
No, I mean, the first bullet item covers what is going to be in there.
I think we dropped that whole thing at the end.
Or move the first sentence up into the policy.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is that we drop this in.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Any
really-
objection to that?
It's mostly sort of explanatory and not particularly useful.
Well, it gets into a very mushy area in terms of all emails associated with an agenda item would then have to be noted and be part of the public record. They are part of the public record, but they don't get published in the board book. And we're talking about publishing the board book for public, for the public to see what we're talking about. So Any objections to removing that? Done. Okay. This is going to be the document that gets sent, this document that you're viewing now. It's going to be the document that gets sent out to all boards and committees for their review and comment with a 30-day return. Does that make sense?
Since it's now a separate document, perhaps we should make a reference to which state law.
Okay. Any other comments about this one? Okay, I'm going to stop sharing that. I want to just note that, I'm sorry, Carly, I've got a share bar that's on top of the rest of the Zoom screen, so I did not see your hand up. Let me call on you now. Carly, would you like to?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Hi. I just have a quick question. How is this a change to the open meeting laws or just an addition to the open meeting laws, or that's my question.
Is what a change?
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say this.
The things that we've been discussing about the changes to the, way to communicate, if you want to have it be official, like an official comment to the town, or?
Well, actually, it's a clarification, and that's why we've done it as policy. It's a clarification of two things. One, in terms of the policies. One is regarding the town website, and the other is how email is handled by the town. This is not related to open meeting law. It is related in terms of the emails to what constitutes in Massachusetts general law a public record, and who has access to that public record and how. So this is a clarification. That the email policy is a clarification for boards and committees in the town and for residents. Any email that you send to a member of a board or a committee is a matter of public record once you send it. And that's state law. That's not anything that we run as a town bylaw. In regard to the town website, that's not state law. That's the policy of the Board of Selectmen for the town website. And again, it's a clarification about what the purpose of the website is and how we will handle information from the public on the website. The third thing that we were talking about is just a change in and a clarification of how the correspondence section of the agenda will be handled. And correspondence is really a misnomer for that section of the agenda. They're really public notifications of items of important public interest, but they're not agenda items. They don't rise up to the level of being an agenda item for us to discuss. So Comcast change and things like that, so that those things get noted to the public in the agenda, but they're not discussed by the board. Does that help to answer your question?
It does, yes. Thank you.
Okay, and none of this has to do directly or indirectly, from my point of view, with open meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your question. I want to also pick up, there was a comment in the chat, which I did not disable, from Axel Magnuson about why not give all town board members an official email address. We've been down that road talking about that, Axel. It's expensive in two ways. We get charged per email address that we have. That would be a predictable year-to-year expense, but there's also a maintenance cost. I became chair of the board the beginning of July, and since that time, I think 4 or 5 board or committee members have resigned from their committee appointment prior to the end of their term. Every year we have reappointments of people or new appointments if they don't wish to sign up again. So there would be a lot of IT cost in separating out an email address for somebody who is no longer a member of the committee and assigning a new email address to new members of the committee. That's why, for the most part, most committees in town have their own personal email as their address. And there's, I believe at this point, every chair has a Manchester.ma.us. Is that correct, Greg?
Yes, I believe so. I know that we were working on that. I think that's been completed.
We asked that that be completed. So if you write to the chair, then it's real clear. If you write to an individual board member at their personal address, that's what we're trying to deal with in the policy. Thank you. That's an important question. It's something that we reviewed previously, and it was more of a headache than we could even imagine. Okay. So do we want to move to accept these two policies? Do we want to wait 2 weeks? What do you want to do with the two policies that we've vetted tonight?
I
The
would
changes
make
that
a
we made
motion-
tonight were not necessarily substantial.
I would make a motion to accept the two policies as amended this evening.
Okay, can you specify those policies as the town website policy and the policy regarding receipt of email addressed to town of Manchester boards and committees?
What you just said.
Thank you.
Second,
Any further discussion? Okay, let's get a roll call vote. Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
Mr. Round,
Yes.
Ms. Harrison,
yes,
Ms. Jakes,
Yes,
Mr. Bob Turner votes yes. Okay, Greg, I will email you on my town email the final markup of these policies. We obviously will be taking out this introductory paragraph and just the policies so that they can be posted into the board policy book that we're going to talk about tonight. And thank you to the public for walking through this. Watching this particular aspect is like making bad sausage. Or making really good sausage, but taking the time to do it. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the utility abatement request of 31 Proctor Street. And Greg, do you want to start this off?
Sure, thank you, Jeff. So this has been before you a couple of times. And so what is now before you is taking of the policy that was adopted a few years ago by the board that allows basically a property owner to request an abatement for a large usage based on a leak or some problem with the system. And then if you have one of these in every 5 years, then what we do is we take the 3-year average of typical volume and subtract that against the particular use that occurred if there was a leak or some problem, and then apply the wholesale rate, a wholesale rate to that the amount above that average. And so we've done that in this case. Chuck used 2 different ways to calculate the wholesale rate. One was just looking at the treatment plant itself and applying the cost there on a per cubic foot basis. The second method was a little more inclusive, includes the cost of running the treatment plant, but it also includes the cost of the distribution system, results in a slightly higher wholesale rate. And so applying that higher wholesale rate in this case would result in an abatement of some $3,300 off of the bill as an amount. And that would be, so to be exact, the final bill would be $4,005.59 by applying that formula as just described, as opposed to the full bill, which was $7,331.47. And so I say a reduction of roughly $3,300, a little more. And that would be our recommendation that you give as an abatement for this account.
Any comments, questions, concerns of the board?
Only 2 comments. One, the policy did say that you guys could build the cost basis. Personally, I'd lean towards using just the water treatment, but I'll leave the judgment in your hands about what appropriately deals with covering the costs of production. Second, just a reminder that in the future, the way the policy was supposed to work is the DPW can simply apply that formula, tell the residents that that's what they'll do, and only needs to come up to the board if the residents say no and still want it further abated.
Right, understood.
Is the policy unclear on whether it should include the total cost of water?
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't specify.
Okay. Any other board comments?
I lost the thread for a moment. Are we talking about that we should recommend the cost that includes operating? Or are we, which of the two numbers, 3,194 or 4,005? Which is the number we're looking, where we want to approve?
But we're recommending the 405, the 4005 number. So it's a slightly more inclusive cost for determining the wholesale rate.
Thank you.
Are we able to clarify this on the DPW website, site, so that we don't have this gray area?
So we can do that sort of administratively, or if you want to formalize it even more so, you could amend the policy to specify that the wholesale rate is determined by the cost of water production at the plant and also the cost of maintaining the pipes to get the water to the
The
customers.
distribution system.
Correct.
I personally think it should be formalized, and that way it's not subject to the interpretation that some people are given one approach and others another. I think it should be just straightforward.
Greg, wasn't there a form that was developed as part of the initial policy write-up?
Yes.
Couldn't
There
that
was.
simply be included on that form so that the public were, when they received that form to fill it out to apply for the abatement, would be informed as part of that form what the cost basis was?
Yeah, we could basically put the formula for calculating the wholesale cost right on that form.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Jeff, I'm okay with the 4,000. I saw Chuck's calculation. I think that the customer is getting a good deal here because Chuck did base it just on the excess, the water that was wasted. I mean, the client has a historical usage that was about $2,000 out of the 7,300, and he backed out that 2,000. Yet the calculation we've got here is just going to be his final bill, which I would have thought might be a few $100s more, but that's okay. I saw the calculation the way he did it, and I'm fine with it.
You want a motion?
Well, I'd like to make a comment. The chair would like to make a comment before we go to the motion. And that is, I understand the basis for the two different calculations. But the basis is not specified in the policy. My sense of this is that for this customer, that it should be charged at the lower of the two figures, and that we should amend the policy to have that level of specificity that was used to come up with the 4,559. And that, as Eli said, is written on an application for.
So, sorry. If I interrupted.
Go ahead, Eli.
So my recollection when we did the policy was that we established as part of the policy that the formula would be established by the DPW director and the town administrator.
I understand, but go ahead.
Did I remember that correctly? And I think that we did that on
Yes.
purpose.
You-
To
That's-
allow
that's-
for,
You did it on purpose for what?
to allow for the potential for shifting definitions of what where costs were appearing for water.
That may have been a good idea when this policy was being formulated. But I'm thinking about the interpretation of tree policy, or the interpretation of what is a town tree. And that got defined by whoever was going to cut down the tree, whatever the DPW said, as opposed to having a very specific and clear policy that was subsequently developed in cooperation with the Friends of the Trees. Even having that policy, it's a challenge to administer. So I think this is my own opinion, and the board can vote in a different direction, I'm sure. But I think that I would recommend doing the cost of the water itself and not the distribution, until that gets clarified, and I think that it should be part of a policy revision. That's just my concern about this. I would like to see the $4,000 charged as well, but I don't know whether the next time somebody comes through, how it's going to be applied, because we don't have it specified in the policy. So a couple of people said they wanted to make a motion. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this tonight. If we could hear a motion and a second, and then take a vote.
Make a motion that we approve the utility abatement for 31 Proctor Street. New final bill to be $4,005.59.
Second,
Moved by Mr. Bowling, seconded by Ms. Jakes. Any further discussion? Ms. Jakes,
yes,
Ms. Harrison,
Yes,
Mr. Round,
Yes,
Mr. Bowling,
Yes,
chair votes no. Okay, so that's where we are, and I would like to suggest that we calendar a policy review in the future to, at a future meeting, to get that language into the policy itself. And I understand the reasons why what you said, Eli, but I would like to have a discussion, further discussion about that issue. Okay, let's keep moving. The next item on the agenda would be,
I think you have both Sue and Steve on.
that was my question, are they both here?
I believe I saw them both.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Steve Gang here?
I see him, I see his name.
Hi, struggling with the mute button. Good evening.
Thank you, Steve, for breaking through that struggle. Okay, then this would be a discussion of Christian Hill conservation restriction. And Greg, I want you to go ahead and tee this one up.
Voters approved the purchase of Christian Hill a little while ago, back in June of 2020 at the delayed annual town meeting. And part of that vote was to place a conservation restriction on this property. It's a 12-acre piece in what we're calling the Western Woods near the Beverly town line. And as part of the vote, it was agreed, as I say, to put a conservation restriction on the property. And so that has been being negotiated with the Manchester Essex Conservation Trust as the holder of the CR, conservation restriction. And a lot of work has gone to crafting that restriction, and there wanted to be a little more discussion before finalizing the document regarding the old logging road. And just to refresh folks' memories, as part of the motion that was approved at town meeting, the land was purchased for water supply protection, open space, and passive recreation purposes. And I'm quoting here, including the incidental right to use, widen, or otherwise improve the existing logging road thereon after consultation with the Conservation Commission for passive recreation purposes and/or pedestrian and vehicular access to other conservation or recreational land. And so that phrase that I just read wants to be captured in the conservation restriction. And and like I say, and Sue and Steve could perhaps speak a little more to this. There's just been some going back and forth on the exact wording and how best to capture that desire or that approval that voters gave to capture it in the CR as well. So we can talk a little bit about it. I don't know if we want to spend a lot of time trying to get that wording exact tonight, but maybe one or two selectmen can work with Sue and Steve and maybe someone from MECT to finalize the language and then bring it back to you for final approval. But it warranted coming back before the Board of Selectmen here just to check in. And as I say, Steve and Sue, they have some additional comments to make there.
So the chair recognizes Sue Brown.
I think you've teed that up pretty good, Greg. There isn't a lot to say. There is just some language regarding the use of motorized vehicles. I think that the Conservation Commission had some issues with how it was, the language that is in there currently, as did MECT, and they just wanted some clarification, mostly on maybe what was anticipated, and then what's the best language to allow that anticipated or eventual use. So I think we're really close. I wanted to point out too that the language that precedes the various allowed uses, I think kind of gives wholesale protection to the parcel in that it says that these are allowed uses provided that they do not harm the conservation values of the property, more or less. I'm speaking without having it in front of me, but so I just wanted to point that out. And then it lists a bunch of uses, one of which is that vehicle access. So I'm going to let Steve add what he wants. And I'm happy to work with folks. I would just say time is a little bit of the essence because we're trying to get the CR in under the format that is just recently been updated by DCR, but I have spoken with them. They said we won't have to redo it in the new format as long as we can proceed hastily. So I would like to get agreement sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Right. If I may.
Hang on one second, Steve. What's hastily, Sue, in terms of the timeline?
Well, they didn't give a timeline, but I think we have very little to agree on that we have to resolve. So I would hope that we could do it within tonight or a week or 2 weeks, as long as we can craft the language that's.
Okay, I just wanted to get a ballpark.
Thank you.
Steve.
Thank you. Thank you. And I agree wholeheartedly with Sue. I think there is only one policy issue remaining here in the drafting of the language of the CR, and it's a relatively small policy issue in our view. So perhaps it could be disposed of tonight. But before I plunge into that for a moment, just a step back to say a great big thank you to everybody who's participated in lining this parcel up for purchase and finding the funds, and we're very, very close to the finish line on this one, and it's a keystone piece of the puzzle that is our Western Woods. So bravo to Sue, to Greg, to various boards and commissions and the town as a whole. The one policy issue I think that is still up for question here is whether the right for vehicular access to the logging road will be open or whether it'll be constrained to the other specified purposes, such as the town's use for purposes of maintenance and other reserved rights as necessary by police, government agencies carrying out their lawful duties, and by individual transportation vehicles, i.e. private members of the public, reasonably necessary or customary for mobility of people with physical limitations or disabilities. All of those make a great deal of sense, and each one suggests a relatively small amount of usage by motorized vehicles. However, if we say that the right is also reserved in the CR for members to drive on the logging road, whether or not we improve the road, I think we're opening the gates very, very widely. And that's what concerns Conservation Commission in terms of advice to you folks. And I think it's also what concerns MECT, although they may want to speak for themselves. Happy to answer any questions. But as I said, I think it boils down to the question of whether it's those specified, basically town and public and governmental fire prevention, police uses, or do we add the public to that?
If I may, Jeff.
Becky, go ahead.
My concern with this, and I remember when this first came up and that sentence was concerning to me. However, this is something that the townspeople have voted on. And if we put restrictions on that or amend it or qualify it, is that something that needs to go back to the voters? Greg, is that for you? I'm not sure.
Well, so the balancing act, so you need to decide whether or not what you're proposing is consistent with the language that the voters approved. So if you feel like the ultimate language you would like to have is not consistent with the language, then you would need to go back to the voters. I don't recommend that we go down that path. I think we should strive to craft language that you feel is consistent with the vote.
I feel that given that it was approved by the townspeople to be a conservation area with conservation restriction, I think that we can be confident that we could keep within the intent of what was voted.
So I think, if I may, my memory is that one of the sort of scenarios that was speculated on was that, say, additional land are acquired further in to the woods, if you will. And in order to get to that additional parcel, you needed to pass through the Christian Hill piece. And if that additional parcel was a, say it's a multi-purpose ball field, then I think this language would allow vehicular access to other conservation or recreational land. I'm just taking the words from the vote. So that could only be done after consultation with the Conservation Commission. They would need to basically sign off on that concept. But I think the vote would allow such a scenario. And so I don't think it's a blanket. You can have a road open to any vehicles just for any purpose. But I think if you constructed interior to Christian Hill, an amenity that was for conservation purposes or recreational purposes, and you wanted people to have vehicular access to it, I think this language would allow that after careful consultation and review and proper measures taken to protect, as Sue indicated, sort of the broad purposes of why this was purchased.
Thank you.
Jeff, may I?
Go
Go ahead.
I was going to raise the analogy of a similar situation in the wilderness conservation area where the old school street is open to passage, typically just by one landowner who transits Supat back and forth from his site. And that, I mean, obviously it's not without risk. And there was a noticeable oil or hydraulic fluid spill last November that concerned us greatly because it happened actually in the wetland resource. The road itself is part of the marsh, just a little raised area. Similarly, the road, logging road, transits right alongside a wetland, a fairly pretty one actually. So the odds that we would simply want to widen it and let people drive on it, even if it was to get to a multi-purpose recreation facility, we would probably, as a town, want to find another route in there, say from Crooked Lane, that didn't impinge as this one probably does. That makes sense?
Yes, but there is the issue of the intent of the language as it was voted on. Sue, you had something that you wanted to say.
I was just going to say, if we clarified in the section entitled logging, the section entitled motor vehicles, the D that is most concerning says that the use of motor vehicles by grant or a member of the public's on the logging road is an allowed use. So I think because it doesn't specify for what, that's the rub. So I'm wondering if we simply insert language that says for what purpose, which would be language similar to what was in the warrant, if that would be suspicious. I think, I mean, honestly, I don't think at this point there is an intent to create other uses within there. And if we're successful in moving forward with the preservation effort, it would in fact maybe all be protected through Chapter 97, in which case motor vehicles aren't allowed. So I think I wonder if that language specifying for what use motorized vehicles could be used, I wonder if that would help. I offer that to Steve.
No, that seemed, as I understand it, that works with me, and I assumed would work with the intent of Article 14 from last year, as worded. It does not say public access. It doesn't say government access. It just says access. So I think it's up to you folks and the define the limits on that.
So if everyone knows where Sue is, so she's in, it's section B, item number 12, I believe, where it says motor vehicles. And then the last element of that, D, and really that last sentence. If we inserted additional language there that mimics the language of the vote, then we're probably achieving what we need to achieve here. And I agree with Sue that I don't see, a big new sports complex of fields going out in this area by any means. It's just the train would just not be conducive for that. So I think if we put that language in here, I think that may provide some assurances to folks that we are talking about a narrow window of what would constitute proper vehicular access.
So Greg, how much of the language of the warrant article would you put into clause D?
Yeah, basically that, what I started to read there at the beginning. So it's vehicle for access to passive recreational purposes. So maybe we can shorten it a little bit. We just say, keep going back and forth here, but in essence, it would be motorized vehicle access only for the purposes of promoting access to other conservation or recreational lands.
Mhm.
But it's still subject to consultation with the Conservation Commission and would want to be done under the strictest environmental guidelines and standards.
I think there are multiple safety nets in the language that's there and in the intent of the CR. So I think if parties agree, we could ask town council to craft that final language and present it to MECT and the Conservation Commission. Final
Mhm.
acceptance.
Let's try that.
Oh, I see. I think that might be Patrice with her hand up. It says Manchester Essex Conservation. Jeff?
Yes, thank you, Sue.
I can't count on you, but I'm asking Jeff to.
Okay.
That's Patrice. Thank you.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Patrice Murphy. I'm the executive director, and I'm the one that did review and flag this for Sue to bring both to Conservation Commission and to the select board here. Ordinarily, if I came across what seemed to be almost opposing languages, I would say, hey, let's just cut this road out of the conservation restriction so that you can do whatever you intended with the road and let people drive through, and the land on either side would be preserved. But I don't think the town can do that. Since you use CPA funds, you have to put a conservation restriction on the entire parcel. And so I think this might come down to, I'd like to see what your town council recommends, but this may get pushed back by the state review process also.
So Patrice, I don't know if it's fair to ask, but would you feel comfortable with the modifications that we just discussed? You need to think about it, or?
Well, allowing people to pass through to recreation land on the other side, that could be 50 to 150 cars in a weekend. That's pretty significant on conservation land, whether it gets paved or not. But the town vote is a significant piece here, and the town vote comes before, it precedes the conservation restriction. So right now we have to go either with the town vote language or go back to town vote, I believe. I'm interested in hearing what the state's going to say, whether we can have it both ways here.
So we give it a try with town council's legal eye, and maybe we go from there.
Yes.
May I make a comment?
Go ahead, Elon.
Yeah, I do support that. Part of the intent here was to leave some flexibility for the town to be able to develop is not the correct word. However, we're engaged in building a forest stewardship plan for that area. And we have been envisioning this notion that the Western Woods and other areas could be connected as a chain of parcels that should be available for people to use for passive recreation. And I'm concerned that we have a tendency to create these resources, but without really addressing the ability of the public to get to and use these resources. So I think that, no, I'm certainly not looking to drive a paved road through there. I'm looking to preserve the ability against in the future, as we try to connect these roads, how we maintain or connect, how do we connect these parcels for passive use, how we are able to maintain them and provide access to them. And whether or not it's motorized vehicles or bikes or e-bikes, I don't have a particular opinion, but I do care about the access. I think it's important.
Other board members? Okay, the chair recognizes Christina Delicio.
Thank you. I would just add a quick suggestion. I've actually become familiar with the Chabaco Woods Land Management Plan, and my suggestion was just to take a look at that. There's some language in there that might be useful, and it clearly defines that, you know, town vehicles for maintenance purposes can be used, but that limits the maintenance the portion of that, and that it is restricted to passive recreation, but it clearly defines, you know, who can go on that for maintenance. That's just throwing that out there. We already have that conservation restriction. It's part of it. Just throwing that up there as a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. So the next step would be to actually craft the language. I'm hearing two different strains here. One is let's limit this, lock it down as much as possible. And the second is the intent of the article is to be able to reach other parcels for passive recreation, for the public to do so. Whatever language is to be vetted by town council is going to try and thread the needle between those two things. Is that what I'm hearing?
In essence, yes, I think so.
Okay.
If I may,
Go ahead, Steve.
I'm just concerned that adopting, reusing the language from the article postpones the decision on a relatively important element of policy. And even if we were, you know, to have a destination recreation facility in the middle of Western Woods, which, as everybody said, is hard to imagine. Even if that happened, I'm with, I don't think any of us would imagine dozens or hundreds of cars going in there to a large parking area. There has to be some other kind of solution if we want to provide motorized access, town shuttle bus, some kind of thing like that if push came to shove. But if we don't make the decision about whether this is open to members of the public to drive their private vehicles, we're going to face it later.
Jeff?
Just a minute, Mary.
No, this is Sue.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sue.
So I just want to direct you to the beginning of B. And it says that the grantor reserves the right to conduct or permit the following activities and uses on the premises, but only if such uses and activities do not materially impair conservation values or purposes of this conservation restriction. So this is the language that I think would prohibit actually, a full-on road going to another thing. I think that provides the protection that folks are looking for. And I do agree with Patrice. I think, the state will weigh in, but I think the intent here is right, that, that we keep access through there, but that it really isn't intended to be an open right for any and all access for any purposes. So,
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm likely wrong. But correct me if I'm wrong, that A6 doesn't contradict everything that was in B12.
I don't believe it contradicts it.
A6 says the use, and I'm going to edit it a little bit here, of vehicles, and it gives a lot of inclusions, but it ends with any other motorized vehicle on the premises except for vehicles necessary for public safety in their carrying out their official duties, or is it necessary for the mobility impaired, is prohibited, period.
Correct.
So that restricts public access with a motorized vehicle to the mobility impaired. Now, I haven't walked this logging road yet. I won't say that I've ridden it on my bike. I won't say that. But when I think about the Old Essex Road and anybody with mobility impairment trying to go along the Old Essex Road, the length of the Old Essex Road out to Andrew Street in Essex, that's never going to happen. It's just the grades are too steep, the ruts are too many, the boulders or rocks are too many. So I'm not trying to ramble here or go way off the farm. I'm trying to understand how A6 doesn't trump B12. And limit it specifically to the mobility impaired. And then whether we have to, I don't know, grade it and other things to allow access for the mobility impaired. Which is an OSRP question. So I know you wanted to come in here and just help with a little bit of tweaking on the language, but I'm tossing this back to you because when I read this earlier today, I said, how does this happen that we have A6 and B12 in the same document? And please enlighten me on my ignorance. I'm happy to have that happen. I saw your head shake, Steve.
It's a great question.
So are you shaking your head too, or can you help me out, please?
I don't know if I don't know
you
if I
stupido, you don't understand this? It's pretty straightforward. Come on.
I don't know if I can help you out of saying which one trumps which. I can only speak to the intent of it. And if you look at the intent of the first, 1 through 4 on that B12, the hint of B,
Okay, yeah.
it's obvious to me that what they're talking about is particular uses for, safety, maintenance, and so on. And I don't think that, I don't think that it was ever the intent to say that we're opening this up to the members of the public for any particular purpose. So I don't know how the language gets tweaked so that they are compatible, because one is a prohibition and the other is an allowance. But I think if we can all agree on what the intent is, that's the best that we can do, and then give it to the state and see if they agree with the acceptability of it. And again, I do think the language that says, you can only do this if you're not compromising the conservation values of the property, give some protection. So even if we came up with a reason for, creating a road and allowing more access, you still have to pass the bar. Does it materially impair the conservation values or purpose of the conservation restriction? And if it does, then I think it's not allowed.
And that's the language you want to insert.
That's the language that's already in there at the very beginning of B. The language that I would suggest we put in terms of B, the 12 is simply that it's for conservation purposes. But I think, such as the warrant language stated, but I think the overarching reserved rights and exception clause at the very beginning protects us from doing anything that will materially impair the conservation values. So again, I'm going with the intent and leaving it to others to figure out how they can be compatible. But I do think it's possible. I'm an optimist.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Steve, whenever you shake your head, you should point over towards Sue and her screen. Yes. Okay. So what we need at this point is a board member, Sue, Greg, and Michelle, and Steve to put their heads together.
Mhm.
I'm happy to facilitate that gathering or conservation or contact. And I'm happy to invite Patrice as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to exclude Patrice.
That's okay.
Well,
And it,
Eli?
yeah, no, I worked with the original group trying to pull this together in the first place. I'd be willing to go back and follow it through.
Okay. Any other board members want to wrestle that one away from Eli? All right. So I'd like to get a motion that that's what we do. And I could state the motion if you want.
Yeah, would you please?
The Board of Selectmen requests that the town planner, the chair of the Conservation Commission, is Patrice the chair of MEC?
Director,
Executive Director.
Executive Director of MEC. Eli Bowling from the Board of Selectmen, the town administrator, in consultation with town council, clarify the language in the conservation
Restriction.
restriction. And bring it back before the board on November 4th. Oh, excuse me, on October
Chris-
4th.
For Christian Hill.
Excuse me, for Christian Hill, thank you, Becky. And bring it back before the board on October 4th. If the language is not finalized by then, that they come back and report progress.
Second.
Any further discussion from the board? Ms. Harrison? I'm calling for a
Oh,
vote.
sorry.
I'm calling for
Okay.
the vote now.
Good. I don't have an opinion. Yes.
Mr. Rappin, sorry, Ian.
I have an opinion. It's yes.
Ms. Jakes,
Yes.
Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Okay, I'm sorry that it took so long to get to where you wanted to get to. But I think that the nuances of the language were really important, and highlighting the intent of the introductory sentence in B was very important to the chair. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, can I make a proposal?
Please do.
You may already be thinking about this, but I was going to suggest that you boot the BOS policies review to later in the meeting or out of the meeting and allow us to move to the fall meeting, town meeting discussion.
That the prerogative of the chair,
Yes, it is.
such power. I would suggest that we move that to our meeting on November 4th. It's not a pressing issue, and it is something that we need to work on so that we have really clear access to the policies
Mhm.
when we're acting on things. So is there any objection from any member of the board to doing that?
November
I-
4th or October 4th?
Excuse me, October 4th. I keep looking at my calendar and thinking it's going to be November because then we have town meeting.
I can't go there yet.
And
I would like to see a copy of the policies before we discuss them.
okay. C as in a digital copy.
Preferably not mounted in a frame so I can't touch it, but yeah, yes, I mean an electronic copy.
Yes. Well, I mean, you could be handed a policy book that was all printed out. Sonia was ready to do that. But I think that we need to have it in digital form.
I would like to be able to search things and note. Yes, I would much prefer an electronic version. Thank you. But I would like it maybe a week before the next meeting.
Sure. Is that possible, Greg?
Yes, we will do that.
Okay. Any other board comments on that decision? Okay, that's not going to be voted on. The chair is moving BOS policies review to our October 4th meeting. Fall town meeting.
Oh,
I don't know whether Greg or Alan wants to set this one up.
I'm happy to defer to Alan, but I'm also happy to jump in if he would prefer.
Alan, who would you like to defer to?
I'd like to defer to Greg. I think there's some basic information that he can outline probably better than I.
Okay, then let's do that. Greg, go ahead.
So before diving into specific articles, I think it's worth a bit of a pause to talk about how best to have this fall town meeting, if indeed we proceed to have a fall town meeting. In hindsight, which is always 2020, well, not always, but in this case, perhaps it is. I wish we had pushed harder for an earlier date in order to be outdoors without a lot of additional challenges in terms of tents and heat and lights and all of that good stuff that we may well need if we're in November. But of course, we didn't know that where the pandemic was going to go and the Delta variant, and given where we are with Delta, despite the town's continued good showing in terms of vaccination rates and people being good about wearing masks, it's not 100%. And indeed, even with the vaccine in you, you can still catch Delta. And so meeting indoors for an extended period of time, even with some social distancing and with masks, it just doesn't seem like a good idea at this point in time. So that really points to either holding it outdoors or deferring it completely. Deferring it completely has problems because there are some pressing issues that both the public and you as a board and other boards are very anxious for the town to address. So if that's the case, which is a strong argument for that, we can proceed with what will be an outdoor event. I don't see us being able to do it much earlier than the 13th of November. You might be able to move it up a week, but it's all a little difficult in terms of that timing. And to do it outdoors in mid-November, I think we need to be prepared for the weather, which means it could be quite chilly. And we should have a tent. We should try to get heat in that tent. And my hesitancy has been because of the dollars. It's probably be a pretty expensive event to pull off. The tents themselves could be tens of thousands of dollars. Getting heat and light in them, we could be in the $50,000 range for cost. The good news is that would be legitimate cost to use our federal ARPA money, the American Recovery Act dollars that we have received and will receive. We've received the first installment of those dollars. So we do have the dollars that we can spend. Obviously, there are other pressing needs that those dollars could be used towards as well. But nonetheless, continuing to conduct the business of the town through the voters is a priority, and so it is certainly you can justify spending those dollars for that. So that's a long way to say we can proceed with a November meeting. Probably best to do it outdoors, given what we know about COVID, at least today, where we are in another 6 weeks, 8 weeks, is anyone's guess. It's hard to predict that for sure. But to be on the safe side, it doesn't seem like we're going to be a whole lot better than where we are today. And therefore, an indoor meeting, for 4 hours or so, conducting the business of the town doesn't seem like the most prudent thing to do. So again, I think that leads us to recommending that we try to work as best we can on a Saturday afternoon on the football field at the high school, at the middle high school, and that we proceed with getting the equipment that we need to make that as comfortable as possible, being the tent and probably some heaters and potentially some lights as well. And that if you're okay using the dollars that I talked about in that range, we don't have a final figure yet. We're still waiting to hear quotes from different vendors. But it could well be in that $50,000 range of an expense. So I wanted the board an opportunity to discuss this before we get into the details of the warrant. There are a couple of additional warrant articles that's going against our desire to keep the meeting as short as possible, so that we don't have people gathered for longer periods than we absolutely have to. But there are a couple of other items that would be helpful to add to the agenda. So we need to talk about the warrant itself. But before that, I think it's worth taking a pause and making sure everyone is comfortable with the direction of going outdoors and the dollars that we're talking about. So Alan, I welcome your fine tuning of those comments.
Thank you, Greg. Mr. Chairman, I'll start by saying the obvious, which I am sure is that for all of us, the first priority is protecting the health and safety of our voters. And we looked, Greg and Diane and I looked at the space in the Memorial School today, which, were it not for the Delta variant and COVID, would probably have been more than adequate for the number of people we expect. But given the need for some social distancing, it's probably not adequate to at least get the optimal amount of social distancing. It is also likely, and there are other problems because the construction at the Memorial is not finished. So the most likely indoor venue is probably at the middle high school, using a combination of the auditorium and the cafeteria. That will probably work. It won't give us as much social distancing as I think we would like. And a couple of facts that I think are beyond dispute. One, even though we have a relatively high vaccination rate in town, I think it's inevitable that some people will come to the meeting who are not vaccinated. The ability to require masks of all people in a situation where people are voting is not entirely clear. And it's also true, I think, that by November, the effectiveness of at least some of the vaccines for people who are not qualified for boosters will have been waning for some months. It also appears that we're looking at a pretty long meeting. Jeff had estimated maybe 3 hours. I think that's probably about right. And that was before we knew that there would be a couple more articles on the warrant, which will probably get extended discussion. So I think we're looking at a pretty long meeting. If we are in multiple rooms indoors, the time to coordinate between the two rooms just compounds the duration issue. So I've come to the conclusion that outdoors is by far preferable despite the expense. I spoke with Jeff earlier this afternoon, and I think there's a pretty good case to be made for deferring it entirely, not only the cost, but because the conditions are likely to have improved. Fact is, though, that with SLV having received its letter of eligibility, I think if we made a decision to defer the meeting until the spring, we would probably receive a petition with 200 signatures to hold a special town meeting anyway. And given that's the reality, I don't think deferring to the spring is a prudent option. We might as well plan for the fall and do it right.
Greg, could you clarify whether we would only be able to apply the ARPA funds to this? Or whether we could use reserve funds since it's a one-time expense?
Well, you could. That would take another article at the town meeting to approve using town funds. We would need additional funds. We don't have enough in the current budget. So that could be an additional article to request voter approval. It wouldn't have to be at this meeting. You could actually do it at the annual town meeting. But nonetheless, you would need voter approval for that.
Okay. Any questions from the board to what Greg and Alan have been reviewing?
I have a question, Jeff. So it sounds, the indoor venue is a struggle because there's just not enough room, even using the two largest spaces in the high school, the middle high school. Did you explore the possibility of having 3 venues and also having something perhaps on the football field, but smaller? So that those who want to be outside can be outside, and those who feel more comfortable inside, depending upon their situation. And so you might have 3 venues. It sounds like it's going to be complex no matter what the situation is. But a smaller venue outside for those who want to do it might be more manageable.
So that is a
Go ahead, Greg.
possibility. Yeah, so that is a possibility. We haven't specifically talked about that. And just to keep going with options, that you could pursue a larger indoor space in another community, an adjacent community. You know, so is the field house in Gloucester available? You know, we'd have to find out. That's certainly a very large space. You could put, I'm sure you could put 400 people socially distanced in that field house.
Alan, is that possible to move the meeting outside of the boundaries of Manchester-by-the-Sea?
It is, it's a little bit complicated. I've discussed that with town council. Chapter 39, section 10A, which is the statute under which I postponed the meeting in 2020. If I exercise my authority under that to postpone it, the selectmen can then move the location to a spot within a contiguous town. Town council's opinion is that I first have to exercise the continuance authority under that statute, and that opens the door to moving it.
And that's not part of the emergency declaration.
Well, that's a different issue. First of all, town council doesn't believe that the governor's emergency declaration is a prerequisite to my exercising that authority, because that same statute allows for me to continue a meeting in the event of a weather event. And it wouldn't necessarily be a governor's declaration. In fact, when the governor lifted most of the COVID restrictions on May 28th, he issued a second declaration, which states that the emergency is continuing. And that declaration is still in effect.
Okay.
That one didn't get anywhere nearly as much press.
No, it didn't. My own sense is that moving the meeting out of town is a non-starter. I think that the residents of the town would truly object to that. I could not make a recommendation that we move in that direction. But I'm only one member of this board. So I would have to hear from other board members in regard to moving the meeting.
If I may,
You may.
I'm concerned that if we have the meeting outdoors, we will, many active members of the community will not be able or willing to be there. Sitting for 4 hours in 30 40-degree weather is, I can just feel my toes freezing off. And you know, I think the effect on the attendance of the discomfort outweighs the question of having to go out of town. Most everybody drives to the meeting anyway. Driving to the Gloucester Field House is, you know, it's a little further, but I'm sure there's parking. And in order to keep the tent warm, we'd have to put down sides, which would reduce the air circulation and work against the separation. And it sounds horrible. Sorry. That's my opinion.
Other board members?
Jeff, if I may.
Becky?
Greg, you were talking about this, and what would be, you said the earliest we could have the meeting would possibly move it up 1 week in November. Is that correct?
So it's a little unclear. So a special town meeting requires 2 weeks of the warrant being out, you know, posted 2 weeks prior. But then it also says that, you know, voters have the right to have petition articles, and they need to get those petition articles in 28 days prior to the town meeting. So if you set the date tonight, you know, it would need to be, you know, 30 days out to give people at least a week to get in any final petition articles. We've been saying, you know, mid-November, so we've been talking mid-October as the deadline for petition. But even though it doesn't explicitly say it in our bylaw, that you have to allow those, you know, 28 plus days, you know, it just says that all articles, you know, that aren't being generated by you as the selectman, they need to be in by 28 days. But it seems logical to give people, you know, fair warning, you know, when the deadline is.
Absolutely.
You know, so if you wanted to,
Absolutely.
so you could set, okay, so you could set tonight, you know, 30 days from now. So that would be October 20th. That's, you know, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you know, 3+ weeks ahead of where we currently are talking. You know, that could help. It might make those toes a little less frozen. You know, the last week of October is, you know, odds are going to be a little better than the second, or in the second week of November.
Right. I would, it would be nice if we could move it up, but I wouldn't want it to be done in such a way that there was a perception that we were doing it for any reason other than trying to keep everybody a little bit more comfortable.
So it'll likely preclude some of the zoning amendment articles, because the planning board really is not ready yet.
No, there's, yes.
Yeah. You know, so I think they're scheduling their public hearings in the end of October at this point.
They're working very hard to get all that. Yes.
Right.
And I think that wouldn't be fair to, I wouldn't want to kneecap them. That would not be fair.
It's, and again, this sort of spills over into what articles are actually going to be on the warrant. So if we're trying to minimize the number of articles, we may not want to do some of these zoning amendments anyways. So that's just an involved discussion all around.
Well, given that, I would agree with Anne. I think that people would be much happier doing a little bit more of a drive than. And I agree, my toes were starting to curl up when we were talking about that, same as Ann's. So, thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Jeff.
We have been talking about doing this as a daytime meeting on a weekend.
Yes. We're looking at, the alternate date was Saturday, the 13th of November.
So the date that you're saying would be the earliest date, Greg, would be, if it were a weekend date, would be the 30th or the 23rd of October?
Those are the dates for the Saturday, so yes. I'm just getting my calendar open here.
That the 23rd doesn't work because that's not 28. Yes, it is. So if we were to set it for the 23rd in the afternoon, the 4 weeks and the 2 weeks are consecutive or overlapping?
Overlapping.
We wouldn't be able to have the warrant out to the public if a petition article came in within the 28-day framework. We wouldn't have if it came in, say, on
So petition articles.
the 22nd, that's 28 days.
Right, so if you said 23rd, October 23rd is going to be the special town meeting.
Correct.
Petition articles would need to be in our, well, so the weekend, so probably this Friday, the 24th. This coming Friday would be the deadline for receipt of any petition articles.
Excuse me, Jeff.
But if we do it on the
Yes.
23rd, just for a second, Becky, if I may, if we do it on the 23rd, I think that precludes some of the zoning amendments, because I believe the planning board is scheduled for the 25th to hold their hearing. If not.
So then we're looking at the 30th.
Right, so now we're 2 weeks ahead of the 13th and yeah. And again, this is all presuming you agree that you want it outside.
Jeff, if I may.
Go ahead, Becky.
Are the 28 days, are those calendar days or business days?
Calendar days.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, calendar
Calendar days.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Good question. I checked with town council this afternoon.
I don't think we could have it on the 23rd. I think that's handicapping any citizen petition articles by moving the date up that far. So if we're going to do it on a weekend day, it would have to be the 30th. If we're going to do it on a weekend day. Alan, what are the logistics of John's suggestion of high school, middle school, auditorium, cafeteria, and an outdoor platform.
Well, 2 rooms are a mess. 2 rooms and outdoors on the football field will be a multiple mess. I don't know what the video, I mean, the audio capability is to do that. Or whether it's even possible.
Okay. So the
And
decision,
that's a legal requirement. People in all the spaces have to be able to speak and to hear each other.
so the decision really comes down to, do we use, there's 3 decisions or 3 options. Do we use the high school, middle school, and the cafeteria? That's option number 1. Do we work outside completely? That's option number 2. And option number 3 is, do we move to a venue outside of the town?
I guess option number 4, although there is the problem that I mentioned, option number 4 is to postpone everything until the spring.
No,
Someone,
we postponed the articles that were the original basis of this special town meeting to the fall, when we were planning for the annual town meeting. And my concern is, we have no clue where we're going to be with COVID in the spring. And we may end up with a 5 or 6 hour meeting over several nights in the spring.
You know, I'm not necessarily arguing for it, Jeff. I'm just saying it's
That's
one
an
of the
option.
options.
I
that-
understand. I just, and there's so many articles that are on this that are time sensitive.
Well, are there?
I believe the town of Hamilton would think so.
I know that, but are there others?
I think,
certainly
that- go ahead.
the citizens petitions, I think we can't postpone.
If you don't have a meeting, you don't have to entertain them.
Sorry, yes. Someone had asked about if we decided to postpone, that there would be a citizen's petition to hold. What, is that actually something, or is that just,
Well, I mentioned that, and I say that because I learned this afternoon that SLV has received its letter of eligibility from the state. And I suspect that the folks who have already petitioned for zoning amendments that are related to SLV will not want to postpone consideration and will probably petition for a special town meeting and will probably get the requisite 200 signatures. Now, Greg, do you want to speak to the issue of whether zoning amendments adopted in November would be timely to do anything about SLV?
I can address that, sure. So the deadline really is, when does SLV apply for the comprehensive permit? My assumption is that they will be ready to do that fairly quickly, certainly before a town meeting and in any potential zoning amendments being adopted. So those new zoning amendments would not apply, assuming that SLV has applied for the comprehensive permit before the ZBA prior to the adoption of any new zoning. So it's most likely that those new zoning, proposed zoning bylaws would not apply to SLV.
It occurs to me, though, that whole scenario affects a decision by the selectmen to move the meeting earlier. Because we can only take up those zoning amendments that SEMA has proposed if the planning board has held their hearing.
Correct.
So I think
So
that may make it practically impossible to move the meeting earlier.
So let me just double check. I know that they were debating whether they were having their hearing on the 25th of October, or I think it was the 25th of October, but let me see if I can find that email quickly. I don't know if is Sue still with us? Or any of the planning board members, if they know?
Mary Foley's here.
The original schedule had it on October 25th.
So then October 30th would work.
So October 30th would work.
But what you're saying is that once SLV applies for their special permit, then any further zoning articles, citizens petition, or zoning articles emanating from the planning board that applied to that project would be not applicable.
That's correct, but again, 40Bs don't have to follow zoning at all. So they're already exempt from your zoning regulations in a sense. That I think, some folks were hoping that new zoning articles would help on potential appeal before the HAC, the Housing Appeals Commission at the state level.
Okay.
Again, the no requirement, it bolsters potential arguments.
Okay. Well, then we need to make a decision tonight about which of the four options that we want to take.
That would be helpful, yes.
I'd like to hear from the board.
I'd like to see if we can move it to the field house in Gloucester, or if there's some facility at Gordon College that would hold us.
I think I'd probably support that at this point. The logistics on this are beginning to sound super sketchy.
Yeah, and Jeff, I think I would as well. The outdoor situation is just, it's too risky. If it's 40 degrees, you're gonna get 100 people. No, you're gonna get 50 people. If it's 60 or 65, you might do better, but it's such, the temperatures are so variable. It's outdoor is just so risky. And I don't care how many heaters you bring in and how many roofs you've got or tent ceilings. If it's 40 or 45 degrees, people aren't going to come. So I really think that you need to focus on inside options where you have a better control. And yeah, Gordon College is an idea, and it's in fact closer, if that's possible.
I would agree. I think we need to try for indoor.
So if we're going indoors, are we then doing an evening meeting? Or are we planning on doing a weekend meeting during the daytime.
May I
think we're gonna be-
suggest,
Go ahead, Ann.
what I was going to say is at the convenience of the host.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. Same thing. I
But
think
what's
it-
our preference?
Well, I think given what we like, unless the selectmen decide to shorten the warrant from what I've seen, it's going to be a very long meeting, which means if we do it in the evening, it's going to be probably 2 nights. I think we would be better off to try and do it, and we'd get better attendance if we try to do it in one session.
Meaning an afternoon session on a weekend day.
Yes.
Jeff, if I
Yes,
may,
ma'am. Yes, you may.
I would agree, but I also, we might have difficulty securing, the Gloucester Field House for a weekend day. And possibly even whatever's going, a facility at Gordon.
We can't. Yeah, okay. So we've got Gordon, we've got Gloucester Field House. Are there any other large facilities?
Something at Endicott, perhaps?
Mhm.
Or Beverly High School.
Yeah, Beverly High School.
There's a nice new police fire station in Essex.
See, you know, I don't want to put my eggs into the Gloucester Field House because we may run into, it's an open space. And when Alan puts it into his calculator, it says, we only have room for 250 people. I mean, we need the biggest space that we can get. And obviously, we're going to look at all the options that are available. Are we looking at the 23rd of October or the 30th of October? And I understand, Becky, that we're talking, if we're using athletic facilities, that we're going to run into all kinds of issues.
I mean, if we're going inside,
Back to
because
November.
you can go back to November. There's no need to rush it.
Yeah, but that still doesn't necessarily mean. It doesn't necessarily mean we won't have problems with people's attendance.
And scheduling. What's
Because
available.
we're going to need a date and we're going to need a backup date. So do we try for something as, I mean, by the planning board's schedule, we wouldn't want to go any earlier than the 30th of October.
Correct.
So should we try for the 30th of October and then,
Almost any Saturday up before Thanksgiving.
And can we put a Sunday afternoon in the mix also? I'm just worried about athletic events and things on a Saturday.
can this happen on a Sunday, Alan?
Yeah,
As far as I know.
facilities might be more available on that date.
Yeah.
You know, if we weren't having to deal with the possibility of a petition for a special town meeting, would that change the calculus?
In terms of doing everything in the spring?
Yes.
Not necessarily. I mean, there are some things that need, like the Hamilton land swap. There are some things that are kind of ducks in a row.
I know about that. I know the Hamilton land swap, but what else is there that's really time sensitive?
The design work, approval for money for the design work for the practice field at the burn dump site. Because if that design work is done, we would then be able to vote on the design and the monies necessary to modify that field at the annual town meeting. And that could be done, the construction could be done over the course of the summer.
And how pressing is that project?
That's pretty pressing.
Right.
I'm sorry, I don't, why is that project pressing? Yes, they have to have that field before they start work on Sweeney, but
Because they have to have that field before they start work on Sweeney, and if you delay it another year, you're gonna have a lot of parents that are gonna be very upset. Because a lot of parents are already asking me, why aren't you guys doing something about Sweeney? And this is the first,
and part,
this is the first duck in that row.
but we don't have the engineering plans for Sweeney.
Correct.
And we could do those in parallel. Since one of them is a big project and one of them is a smaller project.
What was behind my thinking in asking that question is, before you make a decision, conceivably, we could have a conversation with the SEMA folks in light of the current facts and see whether or not, if you decided to postpone until the spring, they would in fact bring a petition for a special.
And didn't we receive something, we received something from the Affordable Housing Trust, did we not?
Yes,
That I think is felt to be pretty important.
yes. Although it's a non-binding,
Non-binding, but very important nonetheless.
yes.
It was necessary, they felt it was necessary for them in order to be able to move forward with any requests for proposals, so that we could actually
Right.
proceed.
Jeff? Sue Thorne, in answer to Alan's question, I would be happy to contact the SEMA board members and see if I could get a sense of the desire or the push for a special town meeting were you guys to decide not to go forward with a fall town meeting. If that would be any help.
In terms of the timeliness of what we're trying to decide, I don't want to leave that in the hands of SEMA.
No, I was simply responding to.
No, I understand what you're responding to, Sue, and I appreciate, I thank you for that suggestion. But this is in the light of trying to move everything into the spring.
Yep, that's fine.
And the SEMA board doesn't necessarily speak to all the people who may want to
Correct.
push to have a
Yep.
special town meeting anyway.
Okay. I don't think that they would think of it on their own unless it was initiated by the board, but maybe that's an incorrect assumption.
I would say that there's a lot of people who
Yeah.
have different opinions about what should be happening in the town right now.
Mhm.
And I'm really concerned about leaving the decision about when we have a town meeting to the possible action of a citizens petition for a town meeting,
Okay,
a special town meeting this fall.
all right, thank
I'm
you.
very concerned about leaving that decision open to
Yeah.
A citizens petition to do a town meeting.
Okay,
And I understand your concerns, Alan, a lot. I'm struggling with this. But I really am very concerned about the timeliness of certain articles and the fact that we may end up with a fall town meeting anyway.
Well, that's why I asked the question. Because if it were clear that we were not going to end up with a fall town meeting anyway, that might change the decision.
I think that would require more than just the SEMA board signing off on it.
I mean, I think you can see where I'm headed. I'm concerned that the logistics of this meeting are going to turn it into a nightmare.
I think that the board could vote to explore the options of having the meeting out of town in a facility large enough to accommodate the residents that we believe are going to be attending. So a number of 300 or so. Since the earliest that we would want to do something like this would be perhaps the first week in November, I don't think that I mean, if we're going to be doing it indoors, as you said, we don't necessarily have to move up from November 13th.
Right.
That gives us until our next meeting to finalize the date.
Yeah. One thing I would encourage you to do is plan for enough people that the chance of not having enough capacity is 0. Because if you plan for a number and we exceed it, I'm obligated by state law to adjourn the meeting. And it would be a real mess to gather a lot of people together and have all of you and the planning board and others do a lot of preparation, only to have me do what I would have to do, which is to adjourn the meeting to another date.
But we can't predict with any certainty how many people will be at this meeting.
Right. So I think prudence suggests picking a number that we think we will not reach.
With
We had 275 for the annual town meeting this past June, almost that many for the prior annual town meeting. I think that 300 is not enough.
when was the last time that we went to special town meeting?
2019, I think.
Do we have any numbers for that?
I have them. I don't have them at hand.
Those are unusual. The previous special town meetings that we've had have typically not had a slate remotely like this one.
I'm not suggesting 300, Alan,
Okay.
but whatever number we choose. Maybe Boston Gardens available. I mean, well, I mean, whatever number we choose, we could exceed that capacity if enough new articles came in between now and the time of that town meeting. My concern is that we gather together in a space that's big enough for the people who want to attend, and we have to go to a second day. That's my nightmare. That's why I would hesitate to do it on a Sunday, rather than to try and contract with the facility for Sunday, Monday. Excuse me, a Saturday, Sunday. Maybe what we could do is a Sunday, Monday. I don't know. But we need it. We need to have a contingency plan for an adjournment a recess and without an adjournment. You know, and you look very, very somber when I say those things.
Well, if we're indoors on a weekend and we start in the morning, we ought to be able to finish before dinner under any circumstances.
Then that would have to be a Saturday meeting.
I think it could be Sunday, but I think Saturday is probably preferable for more people.
I think you're going to run into people objecting who attend religious services on Sunday mornings.
Well, I was only saying I think it's legally possible. I don't think there is a proscription on Sunday. I think Saturday is better, obviously.
Well, even on a Sunday, if you're starting at say 1 o'clock, you'd finish. You can't run 8 hours. People will not stick around for 8 hours. I think that's just too long for folks. I'm concerned about these large facilities and their availability. That's all. I think we may struggle with a Saturday.
And we may.
I think if you start out at 1 o'clock on a Sunday, you will finish by 8 o'clock.
Mhm.
I don't see it going 6 hours.
On a Sunday or a Saturday, Greg?
Either way,
Yeah.
either one. So I think we should.
It depends on who's
the
playing.
next-
I mean,
Right, but I think
do
at
this
this
on the
point-
bye week for the Patriots. I mean,
right. So I think we should, test the waters, see what's available, and if we need to hold a special meeting just for this topic, then if we have some definitive information to present to you by next week, then maybe we do that.
yeah, okay. Any other comments from the board? So we're going to test the waters for availability of venues outside of Manchester, large enough to accommodate up to what number, Alan?
I think 400 is safe.
400 with distancing.
Yes.
So-
I can be talked down a little. I mean, I think if it's outside of town, it's going to limit attendance somewhat anyway.
Yeah, that's unfortunate,
It is.
but I understand the reasons why. So,
Jeff,
yes, Becky,
are we talking about looking at both a Saturday and a Sunday just to see what, give us more options?
yeah, absolutely,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Would we consider a weekday evening?
We would need to have 2 weekday evenings, because I have no doubt that this meeting will go over 3.5 to 4 hours. And that's
Would-
10:30,
would-
that's 10:30 or 11.
Would we consider, I think, for 2 weekday evenings?
I think attendance is going to suffer if people have to come out twice. It
People
always
have to
does.
come out twice and go out of town twice. I think we're gonna really run into problems.
Are those problems worse than deciding that we will just not have a fall town meeting?
We don't know.
Because it looks to me like those are the alternatives.
I think we don't know the answer to the question, Ann, because we don't know the square footage of the venue that we need. I think if Alan's willing to do 6 feet between chairs, which has not been the case. We planned on 8 feet, I believe, Alan.
I've run it several different ways. I think if we have 6 feet between pairs of chairs, that's good enough. I'd be interested to know whether the board agrees with that.
What was the spacing again?
6 feet between pairs of chairs.
That should be quite sufficient.
I'd be comfortable with that.
Fine.
So Alan has a way of calculating the square footage requirements for something like that.
Yep.
Okay. I want to keep moving because we still have agenda items here that we need to address. Do we need to discuss the articles on the warrant any further that we have so far?
I think just, sorry, go ahead, Greg.
Well, I was just going to comment on the new request. So you have a request from the harbor master concerning the main workboat, the Eastern. It's deemed unrepairable in terms of the leak and the structural integrity of the boat. We've gotten the useful life out of that vessel and then some. And so the concern, is why now? There's quite a lead time on boats right now. It could take a year and a half plus to get a new boat in. So the sooner we can put an order in, the better. So the harbor master would like to see us put an article requesting funding for a new boat. So this is going against your desire to trim, and try to keep things short. So that's just a new potential warrant article for the warrant.
Jeff, if I may. Oh, sorry, John.
Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead.
As well as the non-binding affordable housing trust article.
So that's one that's on there. You tentatively said you were agreeable to having that one on.
I think that's absolutely necessary.
Mhm.
All right.
For them to proceed to bid with plans that they've been working on for 2 years, they need that article.
Jeff, if I may, my question was, I assume that Brian has kind of looked around and maybe looked at used boats that kind of meet these specs and has come up empty, or have you had that discussion with him, Greg?
Yeah, no, Brian's very good at keeping his eye out for bargains. He hasn't found that in this case.
Okay, I mean, it's kind of a special spec situation, but
Yes, yeah. So as you see, this is really needed for shallow water for needs, and we have a lot of that.
yeah.
Alan, do you have any suggestions for trimming articles that we've initiated?
that you've initiated.
Well, we can't trim citizens petitions.
No, I understand that. I think if I understood where the planning board is, the only articles that they're going to be ready for are renumbering sections of the zoning bylaw. I don't see any pressing need to do that. I think the planning board reorganization could be deferred. I think renaming the Board of Selectmen could probably be deferred. I think that dissolving the Water Resource Committee could be deferred.
So,
But those are just my thoughts. It's your call.
so to be clear, is it the zoning modifications and deletions of sections of bylaw for case law compliance? Is that something that they're not going to be ready for?
That's my understanding from Greg, but I'll let him.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get that one. So they have the renumbering, they have a new use table that they would like to have approved. Again, it's just taking existing uses and putting in a more user-friendly table to see all in one spot. Again, they're working on sections that are obsolete and should be deleted. They're trying, but they're not quite there yet. They hope to get there by the 25th.
Okay, well, then my understanding was not correct.
I think that we should defer any trimming to our next meeting, since we haven't even set the date yet.
I agree. If we have an indoor venue, then the trimming has different parameters.
I think at this point, we're talking about if we don't get a large indoor venue outside of town, that we're going to have to defer the entire meeting. Is that correct? Hello?
Who are you asking, Jeff?
I'm asking the board.
Everybody.
No, I'm just asking the four other members of the board.
That would be my preference.
You're right, Jeff. But we've got a pretty big window we're looking at in these other venues, like 3 to 4 weeks, starting October 30th. Just run the calendar and let us know what's available.
Yep. Eli?
Yeah, it wouldn't be my preference to do that. I think it's going to create a variety of train wrecks.
I couldn't agree more. But what I'm hearing in terms of the volatility of the numbers is that none of the venues that are indoors in town work.
No, that's right.
Not with social distancing.
Correct. And that the tent, heated and walled, is not acceptable to several people on the board.
Well,
Oh, if it's walled,
If it's water, you're defeating the purpose of being outdoors.
exactly.
right.
I think we should, I think one thing that wasn't entirely clear from our visit to the Memorial School today is whether we could achieve reasonable social distancing in a combination of the high school, middle school, auditorium and cafeteria. There were some numbers that the facilities guy at the school was throwing out that might make it feasible. So I think we should nail that down right away.
Do you add the gymnasium into that?
No,
No.
Jeff,
Becky,
I wanted to, in terms of using different locations, Alan, how does that work with the clickers, the voting clickers or
I think if
remotes?
I think, and I don't know this for sure, but I think if we're in 2 rooms, we would need 2 receiving stations
Right.
because they're line of sight.
Right.
So we certainly have enough clickers.
Yes.
The question would be how difficult, and I think there's time to add a second laptop receiver, but if Diane is on, she may have a better answer to that.
I
Excuse
believe
me.
she is.
I think I saw her earlier.
okay,
Yeah.
I think that's an issue that doesn't need to be discussed tonight. I'm sorry. I mean, if Diane wants to jump in on that, but it's now just after 9:15, and we have substantial amounts of agenda to continue to get through. And I'm just worried that we're going off into a lot of other areas. If Alan wants to come up with firm numbers, if you can come up with firm numbers for the high school, middle school, and the cafeteria and or gymnasium, then I think cafeteria is probably better. Then that works within the parameters that you're talking about of 400 people. Then we can certainly entertain that. But I don't want to get off into, that's a problem that can be solved. And I don't want to get off into that right now. So we're deferring trimming any articles until October 4th. We're going to investigate large venues outside of town where we could all be in one room together. And we're going to firm up whether the kind of numbers that Alan's talking about can be accommodated in the middle school, high school, including the cafeteria, with 2 systems.
Right. I don't think that they can, but I want to be 100% sure before we go out of town.
Okay. I think that we should contrast it with out of town anyway. I think we should investigate out of town anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Are we good on this at this point? Okay, because the vultures are circling the horse. Our next,
I'm going to say farewell at that point.
thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Jeff.
Good night, Alan. Thank
Good night.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Our next article, our next agenda item is dispatch next steps and budget implication. So following our dispatch public forum of last Tuesday, do any members of the board have outstanding issues related to dispatch that they feel need to be vetted further?
Jeff?
John?
Yeah, I don't have issues except that I I still don't feel I have a comfortable feel for the community and where they're at.
Okay,
Jeff, if I may.
Becky?
Um, I, I, I understand that this should not be a fire versus police situation. And I would hope that it won't be, but I would like to, I mean, we've heard from, both chiefs, and we've heard from some dispatch and reserve officers, but we haven't, I think that the paramedics and fire department have been very conscientious in their not in their approach at this point in time, but I would like to hear from them as well. I'd like to hear their take on it.
Okay. Any other outstanding issues? Okay, Greg.
The fire chief has his hand up.
Oops, I'm sorry. Chief Cleary.
Yes, I just want to address Becky's comment. I do believe at one point the firefighters may have sent something to the board or maybe some of the individual firefighters, but I wanted to understand in what format or how she wants them to speak as individuals on behalf of the union. I'm sure almost every firefighter will be happy to give you their opinion. I just want to make sure you get what you're looking for in a format that works for the information you're seeking.
Becky?
I was just waiting for you to say, okay. Thank you, Chief, and I appreciate that and wanting the clarification. I do recall having gotten something quite some time ago, but it doesn't matter whether I'm hearing personally, whether I hear from them individually or all together. But I would like to hear their feeling, no, their professional perspective on what would be best for them and safest for both them and our community.
I can tell you anecdotally, and having talked to the firefighters who most of them have been here for the 10 years that this has been an ongoing process. That I could almost say unequivocally, they all support going to the regional. So if you wanted a sense from me an overarching statement. But I will be happy to put something out to the rank and file tomorrow based on the discussions in this meeting, and then have them respond back to the board.
I'm a little concerned, Becky, about such an invitation to, I mean, certainly firefighters have had the option of expressing their thoughts about this all along.
Mhm.
And we've had 2 public forums to do that. I'm a little concerned about inviting their input where we haven't specifically invited the input of officers other than the dispatchers. And they approached us.
That's fair.
They approached us and asked to be heard. So it's not that I don't
Yep.
want to hear from the firefighters, but I think that we're opening up this more broadly to, if we're inviting from the firefighters their thoughts and concerns, to also do that with the police officers. And I think that does pit one department against the other.
I agree. You're right. And
And I really
now,
would like to
yeah.
avoid that.
I think you're right. And it would end up being more divisive. So thank you for talking that through with me. I appreciate that.
Chief Cleary, your hand is still up. Did you want to add a comment to that?
I did. Part of the reason they haven't spoken has been at my direction. It's the same reason I have not written a personal letter, much in the way that Chief Fitzgerald submitted a letter. And I have talked with the group, and I've kind of been speaking on behalf of the department and talking to the troops. They've had the option of doing letters, either as a union or individually, and we've spoken how we haven't wanted to create an us against them, even though the police chief spoke and the dispatchers have sent something in. We've tried to remain silent and just deal with the facts and not be opinion oriented. So to some degree, I don't know that it would change any of the facts. But as speaking as the head representative for the department, I can almost say unequivocally that the department supports moving forward with going to the regional. But if we stay investing in the dispatch, so we have 2 dispatchers 24/7 and all the technologies and upgrades that we need for a comparable service here, with input, with training, with additional supervision of the dispatchers and the like.
Okay.
Jeff, may I ask a question about that?
Certainly.
To do all that and create what is in my mind of the utmost importance, which is safety for the town and for our public safety people. Do we have definitive numbers as to what all of that would run? I know we have some, but I don't know if we have all of those that the chief just mentioned.
I'm sorry, Becky, what number are you looking for now?
All the things that the chief just mentioned,
Uh,
he
So you're asking whether we need those numbers or we have them?
no, we need those numbers, and I don't think we have all of those that the chief just went down. We have a lot of numbers, but I think everything he just went over has not necessarily been factored in.
I'd like to say I believe it has, but clearly we need to be more specific.
Mhm.
There are a couple other measures with respect to safety that I put in previous correspondence that haven't been addressed. For the dispatch center to meet the NFPA requirements of a dispatch center, it would have to have an upgraded town hall fire alarm. The town hall and dispatch center would need a sprinkler system. Those are structural items that protect the dispatcher and protect the infrastructure that's in the building that we currently don't have. And I know the sprinkler system hasn't been figured into any part of the infrastructure upgrade to the town hall if dispatch were to stay. It's been primarily focused on one dispatcher versus two. And I believe some of those numbers are in there, along with some of the upgrades that would be needed incrementally, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years,
Right,
with radio replacements and such.
right.
The chief's correct. We did not add improvements to the building in terms of fire suppression alarm system.
Okay, so we need to pull those numbers together in a very clear and concise way so that residents of the town can have that information. What other steps do we need to be taking? Board members, any other steps that you want to have taken between now and October 4th, when we're going to revisit what are next steps?
Are there any radio communications equipment or software that the center has that we do not?
Yes,
Sorry, have they been taken into consideration in the budget comparison?
some have and some haven't. And the
Could we
budget
get-
comparison that we've presented to the town was a 5-year comparison, not a 10-year comparison. So the 270,000 in capital expenditures that has been in that fact sheet is in the first 5 years. And replacements and upgrades are not included in that figure over a 10-year period.
Within the 5 years, would we be up to the equipment standard, the equipment available at the dispatch, at the regional center?
It depends on how much of the budget could be voted at town meeting and absorbed within the levy limit.
What would the,
So the 270 would get us to the basic equivalent in the shorter period. So if you start to project,
In both software and equipment, Greg?
yes. But if you want to look at, if you start extending another 5 years, then you'll need to spend a similar amount. If not a little more, you actually spend a little more because some of the modules, the console at dispatch would need to be replaced. That's a new replacement, so it's good for 5+ years right now. But as someone mentioned at the last meeting, technology changes tend to quicken rather than stretch out.
Okay, so we need to really clearly develop the projections over a 10-year period to take those things into account. So we have full cost to full cost.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be some guesswork on a 10-year projection. It's tough to nail down real figures over a 10-year period, but we can do better than what we have.
one
But
other
to
thing,
do- Sorry, Ann, go ahead.
could we go through the feasibility study for Ipswich and come up with at least an estimate of what on bringing Ipswich on board will cost them, and use that as the basis for projection of what it might cost Manchester in 10 years if they decided to recoup all of their costs.
No, that's a good suggestion. We can take a look at that.
That would be one answer to the complaint that we don't have any idea what we're getting into.
Jeff, if I may.
Go ahead, Becky. And then I want to
When
try and bring this to a conclusion.
Okay, I just asked that when we're compiling this, that I'd also like to see it done to the specs that the fire department would be comfortable with.
I think Chief Cleary's made it very clear that it's not a matter of comfort, it's a matter of meeting the standard.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Yes, but just if it were to stay in town, what would those specifics be?
Okay. Okay, anything else on next steps? Now, one next step that we haven't talked about is that we could vote, when we vote on moving ahead or not. And if we vote to move ahead, we're moving ahead to feasibility study, and whether that's something that we would want to consider doing to fully understand the proposal from No Shore 911. I'm going to hold that, but I want to keep that on your plate. We're not going to discuss that tonight. Okay. John,
Jeff?
Eli.
So we're going to be making a decision like 3 different paths. One is to go to look to going into the feasibility study with the regional.
Correct.
2 is to upgrade our facility to meet the fire department's requests. And 3 is, well, do nothing or some partial set of that collection. One thing I want to be clear about is if we do the route where we go to the fire department's request, or whether or not the numbers that we're going to be dealing with are going to trigger Prop 2.5 override. And if they look like they are, then typically for a Prop 2.5 override, a large do it at once override is better than otherwise. So I'd like to know what the scope of that might actually look like. And whether or not we would be anticipating wanting to do that this year or next year or what.
That gets into other areas of the budget.
Well, I guess the first
If
question.
we're looking out over a 10-year period, that gets into other areas of the budget, including the possibility of budget issues related to the building of Essex Elementary School.
Right. So I guess what I want to do is if we're going to be making the decision between one of these two or three different pathways on the 4th, that we, if we decide to commit to staying in-house and beefing the place up to what the fire department needs, then I think that we should be committing to a particular course of action. And if that includes a Prop 2.5 override, or something that we project is going to require a Prop 2.5 override, that we commit to it in that vote and under what sort of time frame.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I'm going to move on to the next item, but before we do that, Town Council has been patiently waiting for us to conclude this meeting, and we have another major topic on our agenda, and we have the consent agenda, and we have the Town Administrator's report before we can get to executive session, which is what's going to involve Town Council. And I've had a suggestion from Greg that we release the Town Council from sitting and watching us go through all those discussions and take up the issues of that executive session on October 4th. Any objection to that?
Nope.
Okay, Greg. I'm sorry to have kept Michelle waiting in the wings all this time. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is a possible letter to DHCD, the Department of Housing and Community Development, related to the placement of the Powder House Lane apartments onto the subsidized housing inventory, and that currently DHCD regulations and practice have been that apartments such as the ones on Powder House Lane cannot be moved on to SHI, the subsidized housing inventory, without, correct me if I'm wrong here, Greg, without vacating. You're muted, Greg.
Sorry. Correct. Be vacated and then be open to a fair housing lottery process for deciding who will occupy the unit.
Okay. Do you want to add anything to this in terms of us beginning a discussion of the, and there's a second issue, there's a sub-issue to this agenda item, which says SHI process update. And that,
which I pushed, and in light of what Alan said, I think that's a long winding road that's not going to get us where we need to go.
I wouldn't mind hearing that part first before we discuss the possible letter, but Anne, sorry, Jeff. Anne, were you suggesting that we didn't need to do that at this point, or?
What I'm,
So
go ahead, Greg.
well, you're welcome. I don't mean to jump in. You're welcome to go ahead. So what I think Anna is referring to is what Alan Wilson mentioned earlier, and I was going to include in my town administrator update. We did hear today, we haven't received it, but we heard that the Mass Housing has issued a letter of eligibility for the SLV proposal, which means that that is a green light for them to submit their comprehensive permit application to the ZBA. And so I'm assuming that that is what they will do. I would imagine that that'll happen relatively quickly. I don't know the exact timing, of course. We haven't heard yet from SLV. In the letter of eligibility that Mass Housing wrote, I did a quick review of it today, just before the meeting. They do highlight many of the concerns that both the town raised in its letter and what other residents submitted to Mass Housing. Basically, they're saying we recognize these many concerns, and the developer would do well to try to address as many of them as they can as they get ready for their application before the zoning board. It's not surprising. It's what we anticipated to hear from Mass Housing. They typically say, we don't yay or nay a project, we just allow it to go to the next step at this stage. So a project eligibility letter is a green light to go to the next phase, but it is not final approval from the state. It means that the process goes to that next level, which is the comprehensive permit review before the ZBA. The developer, as soon as that application is submitted, then if we don't have our SHI numbers, our subsidized housing inventory numbers up to a certain level, then we are not able to deny the comprehensive permit request based on having made adequate progress on our affordable housing. So it would be too late once that is submitted. Once the application is submitted, that window has closed for the town. So that's been a bit of the race that
it is closed in regard to this 40B application.
Exactly right. That is correct.
And are you talking about the 10% number, or are you talking about substantial progress number?
I'm talking about the substantial progress. So you can make yearly progress. So our number is 11 or so units a year to make adequate progress. And so obviously if some of the Powerhouse Lane apartments could have been added to the SHI, even just some of them, 11 out of the 29, that obviously would have helped. So it'd be very difficult to achieve that in what I assume to be a rapidly closing window of time. But I am open to others' comments and other suggestions on ways that might still be possible.
when I asked that this be considered, I was working, I was using the very considerable efforts that Jody Morse has put into it. She's talked to a dozen people and varying from the Gloucester Housing Authority to officials at DHCD. And it appears that in some circumstances, it is possible to get according to what she has heard, it is possible to get some units on without displacing the current tenants. But given that we are now facing probably a 2-week window, I don't see how we can pursue those small bits of hope. And I think I would like to get the letter. I think the letter is our best hope, and I would like to get that out.
So I think, I know that I've been trying to catch up with Jody. I haven't had a chance to get her, to speak to her directly. I believe she's on the call this evening. So if, Jeff, if you wanted her to comment briefly, then that's your prerogative.
Jody, can you add some brief comments here in terms of specific information that you've heard from DHCD?
Yes, I will be very brief. As Anne said, I've spoken to many, many people over the last week or so. And the only person I spoke to at the DHCD was a woman who's in charge of policy, Alana Murphy. She made it very clear that with the LIP or an LAU, the units do have to have a turnover before they would be eligible to put on the SHI. So I went down the route of, is there something that we can do that's not a LIP or an LAU? And that's when I came up with what I thought was a potential loophole of using home funds and going directly to the DHCD with an application for the SHI without doing the LIP or the LAU. I feel, when I spoke to Anne, literally a couple of hours ago, saying I didn't get anything definitive. I did get a determination from, or not determination, really, that sounds too official, but the word was from the Home Consortium, which is a group based in Peabody, of which Manchester is a member. We are eligible for home funds. And I was told that if we use those home funds, we would be able to get into the SHI with a very simple application. I talked to Anne. I think one of the issues that we have, and I think regardless of what's happening with SLV, what is important for this SHI in general is that we need to have someone in the town who actually owns this as their responsibility. And I don't really think we have that right now. I'm not sure who has the wherewithal to get funds from the Home Consortium, and who knows enough about the SHI process to be able to take that on. But I've been kind of doing it as a, just as a member of the community, because I'm very interested, obviously, in this whole area of Powderhouse Lane. And also my husband and I, Gar and I, own a building in Manchester that could potentially be added to the SHI at some point. So I started doing all this research. I agree with Anne. I think the letter needs to go out, regardless of what's happening with SLV, needs to go out to the DHCD. And I think we should continue to work on understanding better as a town how we can manage this process.
So how is it, Jody, do you understand how it is that applying for and using home funds would circumvent the LAU LIP requirement of DHCD?
Yeah, the idea is that the home funds become the subsidizing agency, and the home funds are designed in many ways to be dealing with renovations as opposed to new construction. It can be both ways, but the idea of a renovation of tenants being in place in a building is very much in keeping with the home funds, whereas the whole 40B comprehensive permit piece is really designed almost exclusively for new construction. So if you can get the home funds and you can use those to renovate units, I was told by the home consortium in Peabody that you literally have 3 requirements. You have to have an apartment that has an affordable price, you have to have a tenant in place that is income eligible, and you have to have the subsidizing agency. You do need to have the restriction. The deed restriction is going to be sent to the DHCD at the same time. You send that in, and within 72 hours, you get a response as to whether they've been admitted. Sounded pretty fabulous to me. There are issues around how North Shore CDCs would handle that, whether they would be able to use the funds to renovate some of the apartments and so forth. And I don't feel comfortable like right this minute telling you, yes, this can be done. I know exactly how to do it. So I'd like to work further with Nikki on this, work further with the group in Peabody on this, and see whether maybe we can come up with something.
Okay, that was my next question. Have you had conversations with Mickey Nork?
I have, and I will tell you that Mickey is very good at what he does. He says he had never heard of a lip or allow before this whole project happened. So he's not an SHI person. He's not a process person from that standpoint, which is like where I come back to. We need somebody in the town, either a town employee or somebody on a board to own this, whether it's the MAHT or possibly Sue Brown or somebody who needs to understand this process and really, I think, take it on as their responsibility. And we've been missing that. I mean, I think that has not happened. It's not North Shore CDC's job to do that. They never do that. They don't really care about the SHI. They just want to have, affordable units. So if this is going to work for us as a town, I think we need to have some focus.
And have you had any conversations with the Affordable Housing Trust about this?
I have. I talked to John Thurback, and I don't know if he's on this call at this point.
He's out of town right now.
I guess I spoke to him on Sunday. It's today Monday. I spoke to him on Sunday, and he said that they had not really done anything as it relates to home funds and as it relates to application for the SHI. If I could just add one thing, the only thing I would say about the letter to the DHCD is I was a little confused. It seemed to me that the main point of the letter was that the DHCD wanted us to be in compliance with the fair housing marketing. But the whole first paragraph talked about the problem as related to the actual subsidy. And so to me, there was a little bit of a disconnect between the whole introduction of asking them to broaden their threshold requirements to include locally subsidized affordable housing, because those are not eligible for LIP or LAU. And then the rest of it's all about the marketing side of it. So I didn't really have a chance to, be able to kind of go over this more carefully because I just got a copy of this letter a few hours ago, but I guess we could send it out as is, but I thought it, needed to be focused on the fair housing piece, because clearly the fair housing policy is going to be in place for any new units. I think our argument is we're not that far out of compliance with what the DHCD wants in terms of SHI eligibility. All we're saying is that if people are already in place that meet those requirements from an income standpoint, and we have the fair housing process in place, our argument is, isn't that a better way of actually following their mission of expanding our SHI?
Okay. Eli, do you want to comment on what Jody just said about the letter? You've done a lot of work on that letter.
Yeah. So first of all, let's go to the issue or the question of sending out the letter as it is. I think that the Affordable Housing Trust, talking to one or two people, I think there's a strong interest among their members of seeing the letter that's going to be going out. Reason being, the project that they've been working on for the past couple of years is going to involve a significant interaction with DHCD. And they would like to know what it is we're asking DHCD and how it might potentially affect their interactions with DHCD in the coming years when they're asking for their support. So I think that whatever we do here, we do need to let them take a look and critique it. Talking with some town staff and going through the letter and editing it over the past few days. There are some questions about whether or not it's something that DHCD would really, and whether or not we can make a strong argument with that letter. So I think we need to talk about the some of those points in the letter. Is now the time you want to talk about the letter, or?
Well, I agree with you heartily about the Affordable Housing Trust reviewing any correspondence that the Board of Selectmen would do with the DHCD. The question that I'm wondering is, do we want to put together or have Affordable Housing Trust put together a letter to DHCD that addresses the three components that Jody was just talking about? Because what she heard from DHCD when she talked to them was lip loud or forget it. Is that correct, Jody?
That's correct. No, I did not specifically talk to them about the home funds piece because I talked to this other person after that call. So
okay. So my suggestion is that that doesn't come from you, but that comes from either the Affordable Housing Trust or the Board of Selectmen to DHCD. That question, posing that question. We understand that there is this funding source called home funds, and that if we were to proceed to use home funds, we could renovate while people are in place and include people on those units on SHI.
that's my understanding.
And just to confirm that somewhere in DHCD, someone understands a process that you're saying has led to the issuance of or the acceptance of units onto the town's SHI by going through that process. So somebody's not talking to somebody within DHCD, it appears. But I don't feel like I'm in the position to write that letter. I think a Affordable Housing Trust should be writing it in conjunction with North Shore CDC, the owners of the property. Thank you for all the information you just provided to us. I agree with you that we need to have more clarity in terms of who's the point on this. I am concerned that much of what's happened is sidestepping the Affordable Housing Trust up to this point. And that they need to be front and center in the middle of this, driving the bus. So Eli, you asked me, do I want to go over this letter? It's 10:10 or 10:06 at night, and I can't think of anything I would like to do more. But there's been a lot of work that's been put into this letter so far. And I think it's important to review it now so that we can hand it over to Affordable Housing Trust for them to take a look at it and make some decisions about the disposition of this letter. But I'm talking about a second letter from the town of Manchester. Could be from the town administrator's office and not from the Board of Selectmen directly, or the Affordable Housing Trust directly. But I think it would carry more weight if it came from one of those two groups. That addresses the three legs of the stool that Jody was just talking about. And that could get us to more units on SHI than we have now. And I whatever happens with 40B, SLV's 40B application and for a comprehensive permit, this still needs to go forward. We still need to have more affordable housing in this town. And SLV's whole project doesn't provide truly affordable housing in the town. I'm thinking of things that people can really afford to live in. So,
And that project is multi-years away.
Yes. Yes.
Jeff,
Yes, Becky.
if we are talking about sending this over to the Affordable Housing Trust, they're not meeting for another 8 days or so, right?
Correct.
I don't have the calendar in front of me to answer that question. You obviously have looked at it, so if they're not meeting for another 8 days, I'll accept that as the case.
Okay.
And then,
I'm just wondering if this is something that I definitely think it needs to be seen by the Affordable Housing Trust.
absolutely, yes.
I'm
The
just
question is, how
concerned
much more
about timing.
how much more work do we do on it at this point? I mean, Eli's done some significant cleaning up. And we've had other comments that have come in as well, including comments from town council on it. And I think that the question is, how far do we go with it? Before we hand it over to Affordable Housing Trust. I don't want to hand them, here's these scraps of paper with different edits on it. I'd like to hand them something that was emerging from the original letter as considered by the Board of Selectmen and town council and town administrator.
Agreed.
Jody.
Yes, I'm sorry to weigh in. I actually have done a redraft of the letter. And if I know I don't want to do this at this meeting because it's, obviously a redraft, but if I could send that to the Board of Selectmen, I'd be happy to do that. My major changes were to focus on the fair housing piece. And the other major change that I made was to make, instead of saying that we're asking for a policy change, make that a little bit softer for your consideration, although we certainly believe the fair housing marketing plan is extremely important. We think that the units can be added to the SHI at the same time that we have a fair housing market plan in place. And then I actually positioned all of the reasons why this is good as opposed to what's wrong with their current policy. So in other words, if we have all these units be able to be placed now, what are the benefits? How does that support their current mission? How does it support, how is it consistent with everything that they're asking for in terms of the three-legged stool, and kind of pose and frame the argument that way, as opposed to, this isn't consistent with your policy, or this doesn't, it's a little bit more positive. So that's what I worked on doing later this afternoon.
Okay. Before we go to talk at all further about this letter, is there a consensus in the board that we put together a separate letter that addresses the questions that are raised about the Fair Housing Fund? I'm going to butcher the name, but the fund that Jody talked about,
The home project, the home funds.
the home fund. I'm sorry. Thank you, Eli.
Yeah, I'm certainly interested.
My
Yeah,
thought is that that letter, which is a letter of inquiry, precedes anything that comes out of this letter.
Yeah, I think that's an independent thing, and it certainly is a letter of inquiry. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
But that it precedes this letter.
Well, it proceeds as a matter of priority or as a precursor.
A precursor.
Well, I view them as,
I don't want to combine it all together. I'd like to just have an inquiry about confirming the details of what Jody has come up with.
I agree with that. In the current form, the current letter takes us a different approach. And it you're possibly talking about recasting the current letter in the frame of whatever comes back from DHCD on an inquiry over the home funds. Is that what you're talking about?
Potentially, yes.
So I might suggest that I could work on just a phone call and maybe emails in the next day or two to confirm the home fund approach. I'd love to pick Jody's brain a little bit if I can have it, if we can connect tomorrow, and then I can follow up with DHCD people and confirm that, and confirm my understanding with a follow-up email. I think that can happen, over the next day or two. And in the meantime, we can consider continual drafts of the original letter, but they can proceed on parallel paths.
Jeff, I'm not sure if you see, but Denny Hall has his hand up.
I do. Hang on just one second, then. Does the board want Greg to pursue that path?
Yes.
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 And yes.
Okay. Greg, we would like you to pursue that path. Denny.
Thanks, guys. Would it make sense to have that letter that was drafted quite carefully by North Shore CDC and their counsel come from North Shore CDC instead of the town? Would that make it simpler? There was a lot of thought given to that specific language in the document, in that letter, that were specifically designed to hit some of the hot buttons for DHCD, because you're basically asking them for a policy change. And
Denny, if I can respond to what you're saying, and I would ask the sense of the board about this as well. We cannot prevent CDC, North Shore CDC, from doing what you just suggested. At this point, we would strongly urge them not to do that, because there are a lot of other things that have been going on for a period of time that we're trying to get accomplished related to affordable housing in town. And And changing DHC, going after DHCD to change their policy from our point of view, where we don't have anything close to an SHI that is 10%, I think would handicap those other efforts. That's my initial response, and I would be happy to entertain any other board member who wants to respond to what Denny just suggested. We cannot say, no, we don't want you to do that. But seriously, we don't want you to do that at this point.
Okay, I just thought it was an alternative.
Yes, I understand. I understand divorcing it from town government is one thing, but I don't think DHCD is going to divorce the letter from CDC, North Shore CDC, from town government. They're gonna see this as Manchester and affordable housing, and why should we even listen to them? Because they have a 5% subsidized housing inventory.
Okay.
I hope you understand that I'm not trying to, put shackles on what you might do or what North Shore CDC might do, but I don't think that DHCD is going to separate us out from as cleanly as you would like.
Okay, look, we're trying to do the right thing for the town. And
Thank you.
We'll defer to you on that.
Yeah, I thank you for all that you guys have done for the town and the miraculous job that was done to raise funds to secure Pothouse Lane.
Okay.
There's more to do. There's a lot more to do. But
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to, even though it may feel like a snail's pace to people who are outside of the boards and town hall, I'd like to be able to proceed from a unified perspective as a town with a state agency that has not been truly our friend in this whole process.
Right.
So I didn't mean to cut you off, Denny, but that, and again, I would ask any other board member who wants to add to or shift what I just said to let me know that you want to speak. Danny, do you have anything else that you wanted to add to what you said?
No, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for asking the question. I appreciate that. And
Okay.
we're all trying to row the boat in the same direction and not end up going.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you want to have this discussion about this letter?
So was that a question?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So the parts that I've got questions on that, from staff and from other people, mostly surround, I guess, under the policy recommendations, item number 2, where it says the process is created the effect of incentivizing owners to encourage the eviction and displacement of all residents, including income qualified residents. that's if the objective of the developer is to get those units listed on the SHI. Correct? So the developer is interested in simply developing, mostly it's the towns that are interested in generating SHI numbers, not necessarily the developer. So I have a little trouble with this paragraph, understanding how this can come from the town and fly with DHCD and not come off as sounding as a little bit of a contrived argument for why we want them to change their policy. And my concern is that going to DHCD in that mode might produce a negative effect in the long run with our relationship with DHCD. So that's the part of this letter, one of the major parts of the letter where I'm having trouble with it as it stands. The other parts, some of the other parts are really quite interesting with respect to the cost effectiveness of dealing with the naturally occurring affordable housing and the fair housing laws. But that other section, I don't quite know how to put my name to that as being a legitimate prong to stand on. So I'd like to hear what other board members have to say about that.
Yeah, I can comment on that, Eli. Jeff? Whoop. I will speak. I read that paragraph and I had the same concern that you did, like incentivizing is the wrong word. Because, you know, that it's like the policy is trying to get these, you know, is trying to, or encouraging property owners to displace residents and build upscale buildings in their properties. I might use the word enable, effective enabling owners and developers who may own or acquire rather than incentivize. So it certainly gives them an opportunity, but it's not necessarily encouraging them.
Other board members?
Jeff, if I may.
Go ahead, Becky.
Yeah, I that one concerned me just from the perspective of not wanting to anger anybody or get them on the defensive. And I kind of, while I agree with what you said, I think that we have to, you know, maybe even like John said, use as opposed to incentivizing, even though that's exactly what it does, but try to find a word that would not be perceived as poking the bear.
Is there something softer than enable? I don't know.
I thought enable's pretty good. Or
And
even just
I'm sorry.
allows.
I
Ann?
have, yes, I have lots of troubles with the letter. But and I'm sensitive to the future relationship between the town and DHCD. Unfortunately, I got the letter fairly late this afternoon, and I haven't studied it hard enough to really make a coherent comment, other than it asking a state agency to change its policy has to be done with great care.
Okay. One of my concerns about asking, I'll come to you in a minute, Terry. One of my concerns about asking a state agency to change their policy is that it's not a fast process. And what we're seeking is some relief from other developers who might come here with other 40B projects. In addition to the SLV project, that don't address affordable housing, but do meet the developers' needs. Jody.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So this is just one example of kind of turning this whole thing on its head, and instead of saying what's wrong with the policy that it incentivizes or enables or whatever developers to do, evict tenants, I just reworded it by having the opposite. What we're trying to do is allow developers to put these units on the SHI. So I wrote, by allowing owners and developers to include in-place income qualified tenants in the SHI, there will be no reason for those long-term tenants to be evicted from the units to be included in order for them to be included in the SHI. So, I didn't read that very well, but in other words, just kind of flip it by saying, well, this is what we suggest. This is what we want you to consider doing, allowing these units to be put in the SHI. And then that's going to preclude this risk of eviction, as opposed to your policy is going to enable them to be evicted.
You're not asking to change the policy.
Yeah, I think for your consideration, it seems like a reasonable request. And if we find out, that there are these examples with home funds that basically does just that, allows these units to stay on the SHI, or to be put on it, I should say. By allowing that, that's what we're asking, good things will happen, as opposed to bad things are happening by your policy. You see what I mean? I just kind of turned it around.
I think that's a message that I could get behind a lot more easily.
So we're not really saying anything about policy at all. Here's the situation and here are these folks. And we don't want to displace them. And they can come to the conclusion that, well, maybe the policy isn't such a good policy after all.
Yeah, we're basically saying, let these units go onto the SHI.
Right.
That should be considered. And for the following reasons. Number one, if we allow it to be on the SHI, then the developers won't have to evict people. If we by allowing this, then that means that renovating and repurposing existing properties is the most economical way to go. There are all these benefits to doing this that I think if we frame it that way, it has a very different feeling. Now, Denny, I know, has talked to, Nikki put this together and got a lot of input from some people who understand the DHCD, and I'm the first one to admit I don't understand them, but I think framing it in a way that makes the board feel comfortable saying these things is also important.
I agree with Jeff that if you get the policy word in front of them, they'll say, oh, we've got a policy and this is the rule. And then that gets them thinking perhaps in the wrong direction.
I, for one, would very much like to see Jody's draft. The I can't. The letter is long. We have problems with tone. We have problems with the trying to do an inversion. And as you said earlier, Jeff, well, now it's 10:30. And I think I suggest that we send the letter as in its current state to the Affordable Housing Trust for their comments, and simultaneously try to and look at Jody's draft, and see what can be done to produce something that we can get behind.
I think if the goal of the letter is, and I understand, and that's also, as a Delawarean would say, a motion to cut off debate. But I think it's really important to look at the goal of this letter. The goal of the letter is to try and get the units that exist onto SHI, the units at Powderhouse Hill onto SHI. And I'm not sure that the path to that goal is best served by suggesting that THCD should change their policies. Mostly because I don't think we have the time to go through what it takes to make that kind of sausage. And they're not of the mind where they're going to be listening to much of anything from Manchester-by-the-Sea. At least my perspective is that.
Jeff?
If we had a 12% SHI already and we said, these are the changes we'd like to see, they might listen to us. Go ahead, Eli.
I think you may be right. I think it's a long shot and was considered a long shot from the outset. I would say that I have very strong reservations about the letter in its current form. However, the approach that Jody has outlined, to me, and the concerns that I have are that we could present something and it would be perceived as a transparent attempt at a long shot, whereas I think that something of the tone that Jody is proposing feels a lot better to me. It's a much more constructive thing, and I don't think it's the sort of thing that would potentially jeopardize our relationships with DHCD. So I also would be interested in seeing that draft. It sounds like a very interesting approach. I think it's fine for us to send this letter off to the Affordable Housing Trust. I agree, it's a very long shot. I would even if I don't think the Affordable Housing Trust is going to come back with a lot of positive comments about the letter in its current form. And I'm not sure that it would help me resolve my issues with the current letter. So having said that, I don't know what the benefit would really be. But the way, again, the Jody's approach doesn't sound like it would, to me, it would jeopardize, from the rough feel of it, doesn't sound like it to me, it would jeopardize our position with DHCD. And yeah, it's a long shot, but.
Okay, so what's the best way for us to proceed? I feel that we should have, I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking about whether we should be trying to redo this with somebody from SEMA. I don't know how wide a net we want to cast here, but somebody from SEMA, somebody from North Shore CDC, 2 board members and Jody. That's a lot of people to write a letter. And I know that a lot of effort went into the original letter, not just from what Denny shared with us, but also just from reading the original letter. But we're moving in a very different kind of direction. And again, I come back to what's the goal here? What are we trying to accomplish in this communication with DHCD? And I hear one goal is don't tick them off. I hear another goal saying we really need to get this to move towards an acceptable path for getting units such as the units at Powder House. I'm not just saying the units at Powder House, but such as the units at Powder House, because I'm also thinking about the property that Jody and Guy have, and other properties that exist in town that we might be able to move in this direction if we had such a path. Greg's going to do what he needs to do to clarify the information that Jody shared earlier with DHCD. But what's the goal of this letter, and how can we best reach that goal? So I don't know how, I want to come back to, I don't know how wide we want this to be, or whether we want to just keep it to 2 board members and Greg and Jody. I'm not sure. I'd like to hear. Go ahead, Ann.
I'm just going to say that I don't see that there's a problem with having the 2 goals of not poking bear and getting a change. I mean, I don't think there's a contradiction there. You poke the bear, you don't get your change. So, but yeah, I think I think I'd be willing to be one of the board members involved in that.
I'd like to try and draw this to a close with a plan that sounds in a charge for that plan. Not just rewrite the letter, but let's try and address these issues. And the scope of the participants. So Ann's saying that she would like to be involved. Is there another board member who wants to, Eli, do you want to continue on this?
Yeah, I'll continue with it.
Okay. Denny, I was waiting for that hand to go up.
Well, I'm just thinking, since this would affect North Shore CDC, I think it might be prudent to invite them to participate in that as well.
Okay. Would you want to be part of it as well, Denny?
I can do that, or we can get somebody from SEMA to do that. Yeah.
Let's, actually, there's another direction that this can all go in, because I'm suggesting that this letter gets put together and then we go to Affordable Housing Trust. Maybe we draw in the Affordable Housing Trust right away.
Yeah.
So, Greg, I'd like to suggest that we reach out to Mickey Norfolk, North Shore CDC. That the two board members who have spoken up, Jody and Mickey, if he's willing and able and available. And I don't know whether John or Muffin or one of the other members of the Affordable Housing Trust wants to get in on this letter at this point. But I do think that they need to review this letter before it goes out. So I don't want it to be unwieldy. I'd like to see it get done, but so I'm asking, there's two paths. One is the two board members, Jody and somebody from North Shore CDC, sit down. And the second path is we include, ask to have Affordable Housing Trust include someone now, or we wait, write the letter and send it to Affordable Housing Trust for their comments.
Jeff, if I may,
Yes,
I really feel strongly that the Affordable Housing Trust needs to be involved right now with this. I think that, they've been working long and hard for years now. And I feel they must be involved right away.
okay. I'm also trying to avoid waiting for an Affordable Housing Trust meeting that they decide who's going to be on the letter group and then it gets dragged out. I think we can approach them and ask them that question.
Yeah, and I don't think they need to actually meet in order for us to get input from one of them. So we can pick one and talk to them about that letter. And then they can present a draft of it at the next meeting.
Okay.
Who's going to draft?
Who's going to what?
Who's going to be the original draftsman or woman?
Well, we're operating on Jody's proposed direction because it's piqued our interest. So I would suggest that we look at the first draft from Jody.
You okay with that, Jody?
I'm okay with that. This better be good what I came up with, but yeah, I'll be happy to be.
No,
the first
you just have to be willing to take feedback.
I'm very willing to take feedback. This has been, my career has been getting people to edit stuff. So I'm very, very open to that as well.
That's why I'm staying out of this, because I'm a very harsh editor. Okay. Does that give us a plan and an action that we can all live with? To get going?
I think so.
How do we all get together? How does this work?
we pick a time and we can do it over Zoom easily enough, I think.
Great. Okay.
Um, Yeah. Pick a time tonight, Eli?
I'm not gonna work on it tonight.
No, I mean, that's not what I mean. Pick a time tonight for the future.
Yeah, I would, I would say that we should start in on it as quickly as possible, but we're gonna need to contact, people for their availability. What I think is we should just send out an email to all the different people involved and say, here are some proposed times. And as early as, just assume that we're not going to be able to start on it tomorrow. Aim for Wednesday and start with a bunch of times after that.
Okay, so Ann or Eli, who's going to send out the email?
I'll write that email thread.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Anything further? I appreciate all the effort from all the different parties that has gone into trying to get to this kind of communication. I think it's really important that we find a path to be able to list units without having to go through a developer the size of SLV. And Greg, I hope that you can provide information to that working group about what you find out in your communication with DHCD regarding the funds that Jody was referring to. Okay.
Yep, will do.
All right. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda, which has the minutes from September 8th, the resignation of Jennifer Doan from the Cultural Council because of other pressing work that she has, the request for an overnight on Singing Beach from the Cub Scouts and the Boy Scouts, the Small Business Person of the Year proclamation, which was awarded earlier tonight to Ken Davis of Cape Ann Savings, and the single precinct authorization form, which is to retain our configuration as a single precinct for voting purposes. Any items on the consent agenda that you want to have pulled out?
I just have a question on the minutes for Gail that I sent her, and I just wanted to see if she was able to find anything out on that.
Gail, are you still on this call? Apparently not.
Yeah, her number's there.
Is there a number there?
Yeah.
Is she-
Yeah, well, I had to find my button. I found my mute button.
Becky's pressing your buttons, Gail.
I am, it's what
Yeah.
I do. I'm a button presser.
Okay, so did you get those?
I have not listened to that. However, I will listen to that and add a sentence to the minutes. It's not particularly substantive.
It's not at all.
Okay,
Okay.
if it's not substantive, then we're not going to pull it out. We'll pass on it tonight, and that non-substantive edit can happen.
Thank you. No, we can do it as amended, because I sent in my amendments.
Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Okay, we got 3 seconds, which is about as much time as we have to get a motion to adjourn. Town administrators report.
Oh,
We
Sorry,
need to
Ann.
vote. You need to vote on the consent agenda.
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
was gonna say.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to move fast, Eli. Motion, there's a motion and a second. Ann,
Yes,
John,
Yes,
Becky,
Yes,
Mr. Bowling,
Yes.
Mr. Barber Turner votes yes. Town meeting, excuse me, town report. We're getting punchy at this hour.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. I'll be brief. So on the
Thank you.
staffing front, I'm sorry to report that Sonia Nathan will be moving on. She's taking another job, working at the Swampscott Senior Center. So we will miss her. She'll be finishing up with us next week on the 28th. We do have some temporary help coming in to help out. And we also have our new special projects and grant coordinator starting up, and she'll be able to help out with some of the admin work as well. So Sue Croft will be starting up with us next week and moving into that new role, which will be very helpful. Looking forward to that. We're interviewing a leading candidate to replace Jenny Thompson. Jenny's been with us for many years, 20 some odd years, 25 or so, maybe more. And as our principal assessor, and we'll be looking to find someone to try to fill her shoes. We also have changes at the sewer plant coming up. Bob Billworth will be retiring in another few weeks, in the middle of October. So transitions all around, and working to replace these folks with some good folks as well. But we'll certainly miss the good work of all of these folks. The Central Street Dam and Culvert Project gave an update in my article in the Cricket last week about the project. It's still a ways off in terms of actual construction, but as we have discussed a bit on and off, it'll be very important that we think through the communication pieces and how we manage the disruptions that it'll inevitably cause. And so we'll have more on that as time gets closer. Certainly over the winter and into the spring, we'll be working harder on those details as that project advances. I hope to have the compost project. I mentioned it a couple of times. We're a little delayed in getting that reviewed, but aiming to have you get that approved in October now. I hope this evening, but it was not quite ready. Still having the lawyers look that over. We'll be having that before you soon. At your next meeting, we'll have both Police Chief Todd Fitzgerald in to talk more in detail about some of the community policing efforts he has underway in the department, and talk specifically about traffic calming efforts as well, and have some thoughts from both the police chief and our DPW director. And then finally, you did hear earlier this evening, we talked about the mass housing certificate of eligibility, or letter of eligibility, I should say, for SLV, so that we anticipate getting a full application in fairly soon, but we'll keep you posted on that. So I think that'll be enough for now. A couple of other notes there, but you can read them on your own.
Any questions about the Greg's report? Okay. Then I would also like to entertain a motion for adjournment.
so moved.
Second.
Yes,
Moved by Becky and seconded by Eli. Becky's already voted.
I did.
John,
yes.
Ann,
yes.
Eli,
Yes.
thank you. Chair votes yes. It's unanimous. Thank you for hanging in there, those of you who aren't just who aren't just video representations of yourself, but are real people behind those names. Okay, thank you, Greg. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.